Okay, so welcome everyone to our first meeting of 2024. I think we've got a very varied and packed agenda this week. Before we move into that, though, I would like to extend a welcome to our two new board members who are joining the board for their first board meeting. New member Yakuba Traore from Burkina Faso. Yakuba, welcome. And also welcome to your TA, Ihanyi Anyahara from FRC in Nigeria. I don't know if I think he's joining us virtually this time round. And then our other quotes new member is actually an old friend, Angela Ryan. So Angela's rejoining the board. So Angela, welcome back. Also welcome to Lisa Kelsey, who's joining you as your TA. Lisa's already well known to us because she's a member of our climate topic working group and providing great input along with the team at the IPSASB. So welcome to the two of you. We also extend a welcome to some of our guests at the meeting, Jon Blondal, one of the co-chairs of the Public Interest Committee. He will provide an update on the meeting that we had in Paris last week. Also to John Verinder, who will give us an update on the IPSASB programme. Also joining us online during the week will be Caroline Gardner and Maren Kelsall from the IFAC nominating committee. They always try and make an effort to observe one of our meetings each year, so they will be joining virtually during the meetings. So welcome to both of them. And I think that's probably it in terms of administrative announcements. In terms of members present, obviously we've got 3 members attending virtually, so Abdullah and Noyati, as well as Yakuba. Also Fabienne Collignon as chair of the CAG. Fabienne unfortunately wasn't able to travel this time round, but welcome online, Fabienne. And then all other members are present here in New York. So without further ado, then I will move into the minutes from the December meeting, item 1.3, and check whether there are any final comments from members on the draft minutes. Not seeing any flags raised here in New York or hands raised online, so I think we're content to approve those. Then we have the 2 items. Oh no, we go to IPSASB update at that point in time. John, welcome to the meeting, and over to you.
Thank you very much, Ian, and good morning, everybody. So I think we've got some slides coming up. This is a welcome opportunity to update you on the IPSASB project. That's, oh, excuse me. You can hear me better, I hope. Thank you. So this is a great opportunity to update you on the work we're doing in the European Union on the IPSASB project. Some of you are rather familiar with the project, maybe others a bit less so. So I'll run through a bit of the background and the latest developments. Next slide, please. So during 2023, the IPSASB project was working through 2 main meetings of the member states of the European Union, together with other countries and other stakeholders. And as you can see, the main agenda items that we were discussing were looking into the European Union's economic governance review. We'll come back to that later, indeed, on all of these points. looking at the support for accrual accounting reforms in the public sector in the EU's member states and other countries, looking into what we call the IPSAS reporting entity, so thinking about the reporting entity in the context of the European Union situation, and also potential structure of future IPSASs, so standards, and indeed looking at the conceptual framework which we've been developing in draft. The other aspect that we looked at, because this was a request of a number of countries, and I think there's quite a strong interest in the issue of consolidation in the public sector and the challenges that countries face. And so we took an opportunity to have a sort of round table amongst the EU countries. Next slide, please. So the European Union's been thinking about its economic governance framework for a number of years. This is the framework which manages the fiscal and macroeconomic policy in the European Union and the cooperation between its member states. And indeed, this review has more or less come to an end. We're very, very close to having a legislative conclusion on this. The whole point of the review was to, as it says on the slide, to strengthen public debt sustainability, which has been particularly challenged, especially during the COVID and post-COVID period, but also promoting sustainable and inclusive growth in all the member states through reform and investment. Now, the emphasis here has been on a medium-term planning approach. I guess many countries around the world have thought more about medium-term fiscal planning, and this is certainly reached here, together with the way in which countries can address imbalances in their fiscal structures over time. And of course, all of this plays into the thinking that good public accounting is also an important aspect of this medium-term view, particularly with an emphasis on investment. So we had a political agreement within the EU relatively recently, updating a piece of legislation that I won't go into. But basically, the main outcome from those discussions was to require the European Commission, and that will fall on the shoulders of Eurostat, where I work, by the end of 2025 and every 5 years thereafter, to actually prepare a state of play report on public accounting in the Union, in the European Union, and also taking into account the progress in terms of the assessment of IPSASs. And those of you that may remember, the project is around 10 years old, and it was initiated by a study and a report from the European Union side looking into IPSASs as they were 10 years ago, and a lot has happened since, of course. So that's the main result from the review. We had actually made another proposal, which we put in front of the countries, which was to move towards public sector accruals accounting in all countries by 2030. That didn't reach a widespread agreement amongst the countries. There were some countries that were concerned by that. So we're left with the reporting obligation here, but we're not left with a legal requirement for all member states to move towards public sector accruals accounting. Next slide, please. So obviously we were looking into the conceptual framework, the IPSAS conceptual framework. We developed this some years ago. It's in draft, and of course, and the idea was to start from IPSAS's conceptual framework. Obviously, we thought it would need to be updated because some years have passed. And indeed, we took upon various sources of discussion, both within the EU, but also the work here in the board and the update and recently published update of the conceptual framework. So the idea there was to discuss a number of principles and additions. Next slide, please. So the main areas that we were looking into, and I stress that, of course, we don't align, let's say, between IPSAS and IPSAS conceptual frameworks for a number of reasons. But following this analysis, we actually came to a limited number of changes to the IPSAS conceptual framework. Many of these you will recognize because they've been discussed in the board context. So the idea of the unit of account, the definition of the resource, modification of materiality. So those first three you're very familiar with, and we followed the lines from this board in that development. The fourth one was actually having a look into the reporting entity. And this is a kind of an interesting case in Europe, and it's been discussed in this board a number of times, I think, over the years. But the problem we have in Europe is to frame exactly which entities are legally required to report on the accounting basis, and to find a harmonized way of doing that across the EU member states, which is sometimes quite challenging given the broad diversity of the public sector situations there. So we actually started from a more or less a statistical basis. So we drew the public sector, and then we tried to work out which entities within that where it would not be appropriate to apply IPSASB, not public sector accruals accounting standards, in that form. So the conceptual framework was updated for this as well. Next slide, please. Just a little bit about discussions on consolidation, which we had, and I think there was also a very good discussion last week at the OECD for those that were there. So of course we started from the context that's been developed in this board, and very well developed, and there's been quite a bit of discussion about the use of the possible equity approach given burdens of consolidating particularly public corporations, treatment of public banks, and obviously a discussion about the small and less risky entities and what to do with those. We didn't really touch upon whole of government accounts. This is not something which many EU member states are pushing to get involved with in any detail. But there is a paper there, and the link is in the slides if they're distributed afterwards. Next slide, please. So we took a sample study of EU member states just to have a look at their consolidation practices and see what they were working on. And we found actually a broad diversity of approaches. We found some based on control, and we found some based on judicial decision. Yeah, that's what's in, and you have to do that. And finally, one based on statistical principles using a broad boundary issue. We also found quite some diversity in the way in practice that consolidation is done, whether it's consolidation through a chain, sub-consolidation approach, or whether it's direct consolidation to top entity. And so we did find quite some diversity there as well. Next slide, please. And we found some use of the equity method for selected entities. So you could see here for some examples: Spain for credit institutions and insurance companies, and a number of countries for their commercial public sector entities. We did find some aspects of materiality as well. So for example, in Cyprus, you'll have a 1% materiality threshold. We also found, though, that the countries all had an approach of harmonized reporting templates, which I guess is a very sensible approach. Next slide, please. So what's to come with the IPSASB project in 2024? And as you can see, a lot of our work is a little bit split between the kind of process, the policy process of developing IPSASBs, but also using the forum of the EU countries together to discuss common issues and share best practice and so on. So we'll have two meetings this year. One aspect will be continuing our support for the member states initiative, and that includes technical assistance to the countries that ask for it and sharing best practices. We need to start preparing that report that I mentioned earlier for the end of 2025 in terms of the latest state of play, and working out the various technical preparations for that. We also need to look at the IPSASB development itself. We've seen, obviously, as this board has been developing new standards, we have to keep up. We have to keep up that discussion. So, for example, revenue and transfer expenses will be on our radar. And finally, of course, we have to take into account the political cycle within Europe. So this year in Europe, there will be major elections to the European Parliament. There will be a new European Commission, which is the executive of the EU. And what that means is we will have a new set of political masters to discuss the project with. So as all of you, I guess, have seen this at national level, so it plays out at European level as well. I think that's my last slide, or last big slide, but let me just check. Next slide, please. And that's it. So thank you very much for listening. Happy to answer any questions.
So thank you very much for that update, John. And I think, you know, what you've covered actually very much underlines what's been a very productive relationship between the IPSAS team and the IPSASB team. I think the exchange of information throughout that development period has been very productive. In particular, the program of screening reviews that have been undertaken in terms of reviewing our suite of standards, and as you mentioned, extending that. I think the practical example of consolidation processes and challenges is also useful. And I think as we discussed the feedback in June on the proposals in the draft 24 to 28 strategy, if we as a board move forward with the formation of the application panel, then I think that will be yet another sort of, if you like, more formalized channel for us to reflect on the developments that you're seeing, both in practice on the ground, but also in terms of the practical application of the standards. So if I can pause at that point to open up for any questions or comments. Yep, Claudia.
Thank you, John. It was quite interesting to see what is going on in the European context. I'm wondering about what you're talking about consolidation. Do you plan to have a proposal finally? What could be the consolidation criteria in the European Union, or if it's just a stock taking to figure out what it's around? Because there's also an IPSAS standard, but we know from at least Switzerland it didn't work like very well for in the public sector. So do you plan to have an exposure draft, or I wouldn't say exposure draft, as we know you're not really preparing standards so far, but is there an outcome of this discussion expected?
This was very much a stock-taking exercise. We set it up in the context of the fact that several member states were seeking guidance or help and technical help with thinking about how they were going to implement accruals accounting. To put it in context, we have quite a number of member states who are on the path to accruals. They have ongoing projects. They're at different stages. Some of them are thinking exactly through these issues about where to go with consolidation. So I think we're a little bit in between the two. We're trying to help with kind of sharing best practice and trying to get a handle on that. And that helps in the shorter term for those member states who are working towards accruals right now. But also the idea is to make lessons learned from the stock taking so that when we eventually come on the path towards IPSAS, we get an idea of where the countries are positioned in terms of their needs and their practical experiences.
Thanks, John. And yeah, I mean, I think that, the point that Claudia alluded to, I think that's come through a number of the presentations that we've had that have been made to the CAG in terms of practical experience and so on. And I think that underlines that as we move into the new strategy period, if we're moving through into having the application panel, but also potentially post-implementation reviews, then all these sorts of practical evidence will be tremendously important to input to that. Over, Adrian.
Thank you, John. Just two small questions. The first one regarding the consolidation issue. As Ian talked about the application panel we are currently intending to establish, could you remind us of the expert group definition of a small and less risky entity? That's the first question. And the second question is, you talked about the definition of a reporting entity in the conceptual framework changes you had to discuss. Also, could you explain what's the issue there? Because as I understand, the conceptual framework is to establish conceptual concepts, and even if there are differences between jurisdictions in defining or defining the reporting entities that should apply whichever standards, the concept of a reporting entity could be well developed in a conceptual framework, whatever the differences in different member states.
So thank you, Adrian, for your questions. On the first question, we saw some examples of different member states that had thought about materiality thresholds for these small and less risky. I put an example on the slides of Cyprus. So we saw some examples of how it worked in practice. What we didn't try to do was come up with a common definition at this stage. We were stock taking at this point. But we do see that some EU member states indeed follow this materiality and less risky approach, but they don't follow a common harmonized approach between them. But we can certainly follow up if you're interested in terms of the details. I think in terms of the reporting entity, we've been developing the conceptual framework as a kind of a standalone draft and trying to cover all the different aspects which we would have to consider when we bring forward the project. But as you're probably well aware, in the EU, we operate a legislative approach at the European level. And so what that means is at some stage, we will have to work out how that legislative architecture fits together. And clearly, any piece of legislation would have to define exactly what entities it applies to. This would be, I think, a requisite part of any legislative approach. The question there then will be in future is how to divide between this legislative approach, which is pretty standard in any EU legislation. This legislation applies to this entity or these entities, together with a conceptual framework, which has the spirit of being used to develop standards. So we will have to find that balance. For the moment, the conceptual framework is what we have, and basically we have everything in there which is relevant for the project, but we'll have to sort it out a bit later. Thanks.
Thanks, John. So I'll go to Mari next, and then I've got Yakuba and Noyati.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation, and I'm very much interested in the strengthening public debt sustainability and amending the budgetary framework. And will you tell me what's the critical point of the amending the budgetary framework? And it maybe I would like to ask you about the progress of the implementation of the accrual-based budgeting in Europe and so member state. And so the second point is I'm very much interested in the consolidating with another entity, especially in Japanese scene, consolidating with central bank. Will you tell me what is the critical point to consolidate with such kind of entity? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Marie. On your second question, I don't think perhaps we'll get too much into the detail of that. Happy to discuss it offline, as they say. But I think one of the lessons we learned from our consolidation study is, in fact, that a number of countries deliberately exclude financial-related entities. That would include central bank. It would also include publicly owned banks, publicly owned insurance companies, and so on from the consolidation, the full consolidation approach, let's say, and they tend to move more towards an equity method. So this is something that we found, but happy to discuss a little bit more afterwards. The accruals budgeting actually is much less widespread in Europe than accruals accounting, that we do know. And the IPSASB project has not been entering into accruals budgeting. We've deliberately kept to an accounting path rather than a budgeting path. There are nevertheless a few member states that use an accruals budgeting approach, whether completely or partially in their preparation of budgets. And so we have some limited experience from them. Again, happy to share that.
Thank you, John. So Yakuba next, and then after that, Noyati.
Thank you, John. What I would like to know, when it comes to modification to the definition of a resource, how deep is the modification? And if it is so different from what is already in place, is there any impact plan on measurement purposes?
Thank you very much, Yakuba. We actually followed the IPSAS's or the IPSASB's approach on this. We had a bit of discussion with the member states because they didn't fully understand. I mean, Ian was also in the room at this point when we were discussing this, and they didn't fully understand the kind of background. I don't think they'd been following a lot of the background discussions. And they particularly had concerns with rights and how rights are managed and defined. But in the end, we, I think, managed to reach a consensus that we would amend exactly in line with the IPSASB's approach on this. And I think one of the main arguments there was indeed, as has been in the board, that the development of these new definitions is very important to deal with the new phenomena that have been discussed in recent standards. So you have to have that on the board in order to deal with the phenomena that the board has been discussing.
Thanks, John. And I think that underlines, the importance of post-implementation reviews going forwards, where there's an important change in the standards. Is that actually, we know conceptually what we were trying to achieve as a board, is that actually working in practice in terms of implementation. So if I go to Noyati, perhaps I'll take a round of questions actually and then go back to you, John. So I'll go to Noyati first, then Abdullah, and then Lutfi.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Thank you, John. I just, based on the study being conducted, why some entity use the equity method and some using the direct method, and what type of entity that use this kind of equity method and the direct method? Because I think as we know that the concept of the approach of equity and this direct consolidation is there will be a gap in terms of figure, and then how we from the study, what the thing is, what kind or what types of the entity that used to use the equity method instead of the direct consolidation. Thank you.
Thanks, Noyati. So I'll go to Abdullah and then Lutfi, and then back to you, John.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks, John, for the excellent presentation and the topics. And I'm not going to ask more questions because I think John have already received enough questions, and just to reflect on what some of the points. And it is very common for jurisdictions in the convergent process to ask about three topics. The first one, accrual budgeting, second about consolidation, and third about the reporting entity. And that probably came a lot during the sessions that we've had presentations about. So that will just give us a starting point, I guess, with the post-implementation group or whatever we're going to be discussing in our next strategy thing. But that is to reflect on the points that John was raising, because those exactly the same three topics that we are deliberating, discussing, and not reaching a complete concrete answer to them. Sometimes it depends on the jurisdiction, sometimes depends on the situation that you are in. And the last thing I wanted to reflect on about the question that was raised by Mary, because I tried to do a search for some of the jurisdiction, why they don't include some of the central banks and the financial institutes, and always comes to the control point of view, because these entities, they want to just show how independent they are, and one of them is not to be included in the consolidation process. Thank you, John, again for the presentation.
Thank you, Abdullah. So Lutfi, and then back to you, John.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, John, for that very informative presentation. I have two concerns. First is on the well, we have been talking about the consolidation issues in the different EU member states. Like you said that there's some are using consolidation by control, by judicial. Do you intend to come up with a harmonized or uniform practice or process of or focus on consolidation so that you can have you can see more or less the total picture of the operations of the EU member states? And the other one is on is there an update on the guidance for the first time implementation of accrual accounting that has been issued sometime in April 2017? Has this been updated or revisited as of this date after 7 years? Thank you.
Thanks, Lucy. So back to you, John.
Thank you very much for all these questions. It's great to know everybody's interested, which is really nice. So first of all, to Noyati, when is the equity method, or when do we see in Europe examples of the equity method being used for consolidation? Well, I think I mentioned here, predominantly it's used for public corporations. So it's used for public enterprises. Used for financial type institutions. So those that are a little bit further away from the very center of government, and where particularly they may have items in their balance sheets that are not typical of government entities. This seems to be the main driver. But we did again see variety in this, in the use of this. To come to Abdullah's points, I think most of your points, Abdullah, were very well made in terms of comments on the main questions, and linking to Marie's question about the central banks. I mean, I think that I've seen two arguments in play. One is the argument about indeed control and independence, and whether some parts, at least some parts of central banks, do indeed have control and independence, or government has control and independence over them, or they're independent. So that's one debate, and that's really on a more kind of conceptual level. But there's also the practical level as well, which is that I think some countries are worried about bringing in financial institutions like central banks or large public banks, and about the interpretability of the consolidated accounts if they were to do that. And that's not just an issue for accounting, it's an issue for statistical reporting as well, where quite often large public financial institutions are kept apart for fiscal analysis purposes. Just coming to Luzvi's two questions. First of all, the whole idea of the IPSASB project would be eventually to have harmonized public accounting standards in Europe. And so inevitably we would have to have standards for consolidation. But at this stage, as I said earlier, what we're doing is stock taking and thinking about the practical consequences of practical experience to bring into that. And in terms of first-time adoption, we have not revisited that point. I mean, I understand that you are revisiting that point. We have not revisited that in Europe. We have had quite a bit of experience, though, an ongoing experience with member states that have been working on accruals projects. And I know that they have benefited. They have told me that they have benefited from the standard and the guidance which this board has developed. So that's a positive feedback. Thanks.
Thank you, John. And I think you can see from the number of questions the degree of interest in terms of what's going on in Europe. And I think one of the really valuable developments has been that whole creation of a forum for exchange of information and understanding and so on, in addition to the value that we as a board have had from listening to those deliberations, getting that feedback, and the screening process. And I think we certainly look forward to you know, continuing to work with you and your team, you know, learning from the IPSAS expert group as well. And certainly that exercise that you're embarking on in terms of updating the understanding of where European member states are will be very important to coordinate with the work that we're doing in terms of updating the index in terms of accrual reporting and the use of IPSAS around the world. So thank you very much, John, for the presentation today. Just sticking on the topic, though, of working with our colleagues in the statistical reporting arena, I might just pause as we go through the items on the agenda to note the IPSAS ISS dashboard, and that's very much Joao's baby here. Joao's done a lot of work that if you like, hasn't come through the board, but in terms of trying to promote alignment with statistical reporting. And we're very excited by the opportunity that the initiation of an update of the GFSM, the Government Finance Statistics Manual, presents, and congratulate Joao on being a member of the advisory committee that's been created to lead on that. We're also very pleased that with us this week, not only do we have Mariana Sabates in terms of the formal observer on the board from the IMF statistics side, but also her boss, Steffi Schuster, is here. So thank you very much for attending, and we hope that this is useful. Certainly, you know, not only will Joao be a member of the GFSAC, but actually I will be doing a presentation to the opening meeting of GFSAC in April. So we very much look forward to that new chapter of working with IMF statistics. And I think then the only final part of item 1 is really just to again note the extensive outreach that members and technical advisors have been doing. Ross will, of course, talk a bit more about the roundtable work that's been done in terms of the strategy consultation. But thank you, everyone, for all the work that you've done and the time that's taken you away from your day jobs. So with that, I will pass over to Ross. So we'll take Ross's item and then we'll have a break at that point.
Thanks, and no slides for my item today. Just a few points I wanted to highlight today and propose, as my report says, that on Friday we have a detailed review of work program based on progress at the meeting. Ian's kind of already started part of the points I wanted to make, and just to thank members for the huge amount of outreach in the first quarter of the year, and in particular in supporting the regional roundtables that we've now completed related to the strategy and work program consultation. We had 6 formal regional roundtables overall, including our first ever regional roundtable in Francophone Africa. I can truly say we touched all parts of the globe to get input. We had significant engagement at each of the roundtables, and in particular, I wanted to thank all of the members, TAs, observers, CAG members that supported us in the regional events. You could really see the difference it made to have people from the region talking to others in the region about the progress of the board, and the people joining from the regions to see that they have representation at the board from people in the region. So I really do thank everyone who took time from their busy schedules for this. The input we have is very rich, and we'll be looking at as formal feedback along with the written comment letters when we start our deliberations on the strategy and work programs in June of this year. So thank you very much. It was a huge undertaking across the staff and the board, and I think it has been a real success in building off of previous regional roundtables like this that we've undertaken. The last point I wanted to just state today is thank you to those members and technical advisors that responded to the survey in the last week to share availability for the modified check-in date. We had proposed that we'd shift the check-in date from the original April date to either May 9th or May 15th. And then we asked for people's availability. And apologies for asking to shift, but we really do think to give appropriate time to get the sustainability project and drafting updated following this board meeting, we needed a little bit more time than the original date would have allowed. I've got great feedback in terms of the two proposed dates, and it was crystal clear that the date that would work for the majority of members and technical advisors was May 15th. Unfortunately, May 9th seemed to be a holiday in many jurisdictions and a bit of a challenge. So I know there are a couple members who did indicate that May 9th is the only date they could do, but it was overwhelmingly strongly supported that May 15th was the date that would work for most. So what I would like to confirm is that we can formally move that meeting to May 15th, and we'll update the website and all the logistical arrangements following this meeting, as long as I get commitment from the board here now. Thank you.
Thanks, Ross. And just to underline that we really don't shift dates of meetings without very good reasons. So, and it was after due deliberation in terms of weighing the pros and cons, but we felt that in terms of moving the sustainability, the climate-related disclosures project forward, that was really crucial, that you had a very good draft reflecting the board discussions both in December and at this meeting. So thank you very much for bearing with us on that. Okay, as Ross said, we will have the opportunity on Friday to discuss the impact of the discussions during the board meeting on our forward work programming. Are there any points anybody wants to make at this stage? Okay, not seeing any flags raised or hands up online. So with that, we will take the scheduled break. And if we can come back at 5 past, and then we will receive the update from Jan Blondal on the Public Interest Committee meeting last week. Thank you very much, everyone. Okay, welcome back, everyone. So I'm very pleased to be able to hand over to Jon Blondal, one of the co-chairs of the PIC. He's going to just give us his update, partly on a very active year, because the PIC has been really important in terms of supporting us during the period in terms of getting all the new standards ready for issue. That's sort of really important part of our due process, and also secondly on what was a very good, well, from the IPSASB point of view, I think a very good discussion at the PIC meeting, annual PIC meeting in Paris last week. So Jon, over to you.
Thank you very much, Ian. As you mentioned, we did meet in Paris last Wednesday. It was a very constructive meeting. We had Ian and Ross with us in person. Dave joined us virtually. Fabian, the chair of the consultative, the CAG, was also with us. We were also very fortunate to have both Asma Lisnuki, the president of IFAC, and Lee White, the new chief executive of IFAC, with us. I think he posted that this was his first official function in his position as CEO of IFAC, so that was very nice. We do have this annual meeting each March in Paris, but in addition to that, we meet virtually very frequently, and we are in very, very frequent contact with especially the staff of IPSASB. So a big thank you to you. I think, before I start, I think there's a great recognition among the members of the Public Interest Committee of the achievements that IPSASB has made, the ambitious agenda that you have going ahead, and the various pressures that you have. So let me just start that on behalf of the PIC to say a big thank you to each one of you for the work that you're doing. It is greatly appreciated. The next slide. Now, just to remind you that the Public Interest Committee consists of 4 individuals. One, it's Sitam Aslam, who is from the International Monetary Fund, Vincent Feller from Intosai on the Cour des Comptes in France, and Bob Saum from the World Bank, with me from the OECD. Next slide. And our oversight activities are essentially divided into these 3 pillars. That just about everything we do, in fact, all of the things we do falls into one of these 3 groupings. Rigorous due process, qualified and inclusive appointments, and relevant and timely standards. As Ian mentioned, this has been a very busy time for IPSASB in getting standards out. That means it has also been a very busy time in the due process field. So we've had very good cooperation with that. There has been sort of an evolution in how we conduct due process, that it used to occur essentially at the end of the standard setting process. That's when PIC got involved. Now we have, over some time, been moving into the due process taking place at each major milestone in the standard setting process, which allows the whole process to work quicker when it gets to the end. And there is a protocol in place between the Public Interest Committee and the IPSASB on due process, and I think this system is now running very well and very smoothly. The second pillar on qualified and inclusive appointments, there are essentially two things to it. One is for the appointments of members to the board, and then there is a special process in place for the selection of the next chair of IPSASB once Ian's terms is out. There has over the years been a great emphasis on ensuring diversity in the composition of the board in terms of gender, geographical representation, and professional background. And this has now reached the stage where IPSASB is the absolute leader in this among standard setters. So I think this is something that everyone involved in the nomination process can be very proud of. And when we now discuss this at the Public Interest Committee, when we discuss the rotations off the board, people that are retiring from the board, there is now a pipeline in place for new members coming on board. This did not used to be the case. So incredible progress has been made in this. And I think the challenge is, of course, to maintain the great achievements that have been made. But every indications that we have is that everything is on track to maintain this leadership position. There is not much for me to say about the selection for the new chair of IPSASB. There will be a search committee that is formed. We have been working on the timelines for this, the membership of the search committee, and how that will work. But this is very much a similar process as was to the other standard setting committees at IFAC, which was a very professional process that I think everyone agrees yielded very good results. So we look forward to our participation in that process as well. On relevant and timely standards, as Ross mentioned, you have been engaged in a lot of outreach activities, including in new regions that you perhaps were not in a position to do before, which is all to be commended. I think it's fair to say that you heard the word sustainability frequently during these events, and we do that the same at the OECD, and I think each of the people on the INTO side, that this is the major, at least political pressure to conduct work in all areas. And this is, of course, a challenge because, of course, you have your very ambitious work program with the traditional standards, if I may call them that, and then you have the sustainability standards. And I think there's a full recognition that there are resource implications for this and how to take this forth. And we are sort of just watching in admiration, I think, the progress that has been made in this field, and very much sort of reinforce what you already know, that the importance of sustainability from all stakeholders sort of along the entire public finance cycle, whether it's budgeting, accounting, auditing. I think you're all very much familiar with that and how to grapple with that. And we look very much forward to you now have all of this input from the consultation process. So we look very much forward to the processing of this information and how that is taken into account. That is essentially the highlights of my report. I would be more than pleased to answer any questions that you may have. But in short, it is a great pleasure to be, I think, on the oversight board for IPSASB in all the areas. Due process has never been an issue with us. We are just sort of working on formalizing some of the relationships between IPSASB and the PIC. On the appointments, I think that is in very good shape now, almost in the DNA of how the process works for IPSASB, and IPSASB is leading by example in that area. And then, of course, balancing, if that's the right word, traditional standard setting with sustainability standard setting, sort of how you go about that. We recognize that is a resource challenge, and a challenge also just in how the board organizes its work. So just with that, I think again, Ian, the board members, Ross, Dave, and all the staff, and also people here at IFAC. We've been very lucky with Kevin and now with Lee to have a very close cooperation with them, with James Gunn. It's a very smooth relationship. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, John, for that report back. I think that really does mean a lot in terms of, and John, you've been very instrumental in not only the original formation of the PIC, which certainly was tricky in terms of the involvement of individuals from the range of organisations, but also in terms of how the PIC has evolved as a body and how it has worked. It's been a tremendously important development, I think, for this board and its credibility. I think we really do thank you and colleagues, for all the work that you've put in on our behalf over the period, and particularly during the recent period. And I think certainly, speaking personally, I think it was a very, very good discussion last week, and I think we had a number of important topics on the table, as you've summarised, and it really did help us in moving those areas forward. There are some difficult issues that we're wrestling with, but those are all a result of where we've got to and what we've achieved in the past. So with that, just open up for any comments or questions from board members in terms of the report back on PIC activities. Lynn, lead us off, please.
So I don't know if this is a comment for PIC or for staff, actually, but one thing that I feel is really important is to have transparency with membership of PIC and its activities. And yet when I go on the IPSASB website and I follow the link to PIC, it takes me to a page not found. So it's probably not fair to put you on the spot about that, but I think that we do need to. And then when you go to the archive page, it sort of tells me that the last meeting was quite a long time ago and I can't find membership. So I do think there's something perhaps we need to collectively address to make sure that the good things that happen regarding the PIC's activities are transparent, more transparent than they apparently appear to be at the moment. Thanks.
Thanks, and Ross.
So the PIC's webpage is hosted by the OECD, and I understand at the moment they're doing a web page upgrade. So the page is archived until that web update is complete. So we do keep a link on our quick links on the front page, but we don't host their web page for them. So I don't know what's to say.
Like I say, I don't want to put anyone on the spot at this moment, but I think perhaps it would be good to see just some transparency publicly on membership, whether or not that's additional wording on our website, perhaps.
I think, John, you were just checking out the link there.
I think you might be more familiar with the upgrade of the OECD website than I am. I'm sorry for this, but we do indeed sort of endeavor to very quickly after each of the PIC meetings put the minutes up, and so I hope this is just a very short technical issue that is ongoing and this is not done on purpose.
No, absolutely not. Okay. Collectively, we'll work on that one, but because I agree with you, Lynn, I think it's very important that transparency is seen. It's crucial. Any other questions or comments? Yep, Claudia.
Thank you, John, for updating and remembering us what comes next when the board have approved the standard. And thank you very much that you let us know that the staff have done in the past a wonderful job, that the due process will be perfectly agreed, or at least you don't have an issue in it, because we are only concentrating normally on getting the standard right and everything, and we often don't see what's behind. And thank you very much that you remind us, and thank you to the staff that what are the jobs you have done so far, because as Lynn said, it's quite important as a public standard setter board that we are a little bit better than the private sector, we do it as good as we can.
Thanks, Claudia. Any other questions or comments? Oh, yeah, sorry, Yakuba.
Yeah, thank you, Jan. It is not a question. I would like to let you know that the link is now online. I just tested it quickly, and it is right now online.
Yeah. that might be an IT issue here at IFAC, actually. We'll work out where the glitch is. Scott, thanks, Yakuba.
Thank you. You mentioned earlier in your comments about the feedback related to sustainability and particularly conversation last week. It'd be nice because we are kind of dueling it right now. Your assessment of the importance of what we're doing in that area and the timeliness of that from where you sit.
I mean, I think that people are very much looking to IPSASB. And I think as Ian alluded to that, you know, you should take this as the fact that you have established the board in such a way that this is a natural place that people are coming to look for this. I mean, I think it says quite a lot about the achievements and the stature of the IPSASB board. And it is an issue that everyone is grappling with. And how best to move forward. I think it's, you know, we have the private sector, which is not directly applicable to the public sector for various reasons. So there is a great demand for guidance and standards in this area from the public sector. And I think it's, you know, for the credibility of the board that I think it would suffer if people are coming to look for this, which is on the top of their agendas, if the board was not responsive to that. So it's sort of a double-edged sword. It's a great compliment to you, but it entails also a lot of work to fulfill the expectations, because I think the expectations are very high.
I mean, I think certainly, you know, that was shown in terms of the breakout session on sustainability at the OECD Financial Management and Reporting Working Group last week. That demand, but also the way in which governments are trying to move forward in that space, I think that became very apparent. But I think that's also one of the reasons why OECD is such an important collaboration partner, because it's the Paris Collaborative on green budgeting. And I think you know, that's something where, you know, that group obviously has a budget perspective, but certainly I know they're interested in that whole cycle in terms of you know, how does budget, in-year monitoring, end-year reporting fit together, and you know, that really that experience was what we built on when last year we updated the examples in RPG3 and RPG1. Those came out of that collaboration with OECD. So I think, you know, that contact, if you like, with the user community and that understanding of that is tremendously important. Other comments or questions? Okay, well, thank you very much, John. And I guess actually the other thing that I'm just reminded of is actually how far we've come on sustainability reporting since you were with us 2 years ago, and provided very strong input together with the then CAG chair, Thomas Müller-Markusberger, as we wrestled with some of the very tricky issues on how to you know, put together our sustainability reporting consultation paper. And I think, you know, a lot of the discussions last week were very, very helpful in terms of informing our thinking going forward. So, you know, thank you once again for everything that's that you and your team have done. And as you say, I think from our side, it's a great collaboration. I think it really has matured over the years. So thank you, and we look forward to continuing to work together. Not least, there will be discussions later on this year when we've analysed the comments on our strategy and work program going forwards. We will share that feedback and the process we've gone through to finalise that document in a discussion with the Public Interest Committee later on. The relationship continues to evolve, in terms of putting together the chair search and selection committee, which is specific to that process. And there will be an announcement. We're aiming for an announcement on the composition of the committee by the end of June, and the forward timeline as well. And I think the cooperation we've had so far has been very good as we start to put that together, and we look forward to working together going forwards. So thank you very much, John. Okay, so the analysis of comments on that.
Thanks, Ian. Good morning, everyone. So let's wait a few seconds for the slides to be up. Okay, so we are now in agenda item 4, improvements, and staff brings the review of responses from the expert draft, and we'll seek the approval of the final pronouncement after the review of responses. Next slide, please. So just to open a high-level review of responses, we can see on the right side of the slide the distribution analysis in terms of language, region, and function, and we have been pleased to see that an increasing trend of non-native English-speaking countries commenting our documents, and also see the preparers, the ones that are basically impacted heavily with our standards, also giving their comments, which is really interesting. So we got 16 responses, and this basically shows that distribution. So what we can say overall is that there was an overall support for ED85 proposal. So the ED had 3 parts, as we all can recall. So the second part about the interest rate benchmark reform phase 2 was basically housekeeping standard setting that we were doing here, just to bring all the remaining literature from the IASB into our standards, as that work, the bulk of that work had already been done a few years ago. And at that time, we hadn't yet IPSASB 43, and now we are doing that insertion. And there was no disagreement with that. Regarding part 1 and part 2, there were some comments, some miscellaneous issues that were raised. So the part 1 about classification of liabilities as current and non-current, and also about the lease liability in a sale and leaseback. I'll enter into more details later on, but this is the generic overview of those comments to our expert draft. And with this, I'll make a pause if the board wants to make any comment. Otherwise, I can continue.
Are there any general comments before we move into item by item? Yeah, Andrew.
Just one quick one, Giles. We had a table in the beginning around improvements that we were not going to address. Were there any sort of, I guess, mass feedback that people disagreed with that, or anything that was perhaps missing?
Yeah, thanks for that. There were two different comments on the future improvements and what we didn't bring this here because it was not related to these improvements. It is more of a work plan and project management. And what we do is we signal net in the IPSAS IFRS alignment dashboard. And actually those two suggestions they are already being addressed. So it was related to the definition of materiality. It is being addressed in the presentation of financial statements project, and the disclosure also, the disclosure initiative. So that's why staff thought, okay, we are addressing this on the background. No need to have a floor discussion here. Yeah, thanks, Andrew, for the comment.
Yeah, thanks for bringing those up. I think that's the challenge we're facing, or have been facing, with those kind of whole interactions between the various different projects, and at what point do we deal with something and so on. But I think it's useful to get that feedback. Okay, I'm not seeing any other hands raised, although I'm not seeing the board members online at the moment. But anyway, I think move us into the item by item review.
Thanks, Ian. And next slide, please. So now diving into more detail. So we have these three parts, and we have of the analysis that we've made. Let's go one by one and seek the board one by one if they are in agreement, because that will facilitate us moving forward then for the page by page review. So on part one, classification of liabilities, current and non-current liabilities with confidence, as it is in the papers, the detailed analysis and staff's recommendations. What it is not there is what I'm going to say now, because it gives more of a context of where we are. So as we all know, our IPSAS 1 is based on a very old already and almost to be discontinued IS1 standard. And this means that some of the terminology that we have is already outdated. And the part one really showed the challenges when we are trying to tinker wording that is not already fully aligned with our older version. And basically the changes that we are proposing and some suggestions that were also made by response really show the challenges. And so staff had to go back and forth, kind of making some gymnastics on how we could still address some suggestions, and we accept those, and others where we simply can't, because otherwise we will be, I would say, doing more harm to the standard than otherwise. And also we have already a new project coming in on presentation of financial statements, and I think from the staff perspective it would be, I would say, too hasty to make expensive changes to IPSAS 1 when it is about to be, how do you say, replaced. And that's why basically staff is separated in suggestions accepted by staff and not accepted. The analysis is there, so staff takes that as read, and we'll ask the board whether it agrees well with the part one subject to changes identified in table 1 of the appendix. So, and with that, I'll open the floor before going to part 2 and part 3.
Okay, thanks, João, and thanks for the clarity in terms of the proposed changes for acceptance. I just want to check whether there are any comments on either of those tables from board members in terms of the rationale for either proceeding or not proceeding. Okay, not seeing any flags raised here in the room. We still don't seem to have board members online on the screen. Perhaps it's me not looking in the right place. Okay, I think whilst we get that sorted out, okay, they're back. So Yakuba Noyasi, we were just checking that the board was content with the rationale for proceeding with certain changes and not with others. On that first item, are you okay with that?
Yes, I'm okay.
Okay, thanks for that
Yes,
confirmation, because we just lost you for a minute or two. So, okay, so I think we're fine with that. So, João, move us on.
Thanks, and thanks to the board for the confirmation. So in part 2 and part 3, part 2 there were no disagreements, so we are also recommending to proceed as it was proposed in ED85. In part 3 there was no disagreements. There was one suggestion to amend the definition of a lease contract. And the staff was of the view that as this is an IFRS alignment improvements, they did not change. Staff thought that it is not appropriate also to change. We did even further. We even went to see the technical analysis if it would warrant, and we concluded that no amendment is warranted because the guidance that we already have is sufficiently enough, and that is why the ISB didn't amend also, and that's why we are proposing not to do any further amendments to IPSAS 43, and except the ones that it were proposed in ED85. And with this, I'll ask the board if they agree with the recommendation of proceeding with part 2 and part 3 of the DZT.
Thank you, João. So any disagreement with that proposal to proceed? No, not seeing any hands raised or flags raised in the room. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you for the confirmation. Next slide, please. Yes. So now we are in a due process formal part, which is an important one always. So we have these 7 steps that we go through. The first step is the staff presents the revised content of exposed standard. So we have it in agenda item 4.3.2, and then I'll pass to Ian if the board wants to do a page flip or how we want to proceed. I just want to highlight that all the changes that were made to the exposed ED85, they are in marked up, quite visible. So it's some editorials. Staff also received one more editorial from Claudia. Thank you, Claudia. And we'll action that. And of course, we'll finalize all these in terms of the editorial process before publishing to see that nothing is missing. I'll leave it to you, Ian, how you want to proceed. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you, João, and thank you, Claudia, for picking that item up. So just to remind you, in terms of the finalisation process, as always, we will have an editorial review. And that's one of the key checks in our process, with the assertion that Ross makes at the end of that as to whether there are any substantive changes or not. And that's a report back to me. If there were any substantive changes, then we would have to come back and re-deliberate. So that editorial process will go through. And obviously, any volunteers for that, please contact staff on that. And we'll pick up Claudia's change through that. Before we move into that, I just want to check whether there are any sort of major comments from board members in terms of the editorials, which, as João said, are marked up in item 4.3.2. If there are any minor editorials, then those can be picked up through the editorial process. Okay, not seeing any flags raised in the room or hands raised online. So I think that with that, we've concluded step A. So I think we'll pass over to Ross then.
Thanks. And I assert that due process has been followed effectively in the development of this draft pronouncement.
Okay, thank you, Ross, for that. So we move on then in terms of any questions or concerns from the board over how we've actually followed due process in this document. So again, not seeing flags raised in the room or hands raised online. So I think we are good to move to the vote.
So for the vote, I'm going to ask first that everybody in the room raise their flag to vote for. And if you're online, please use the raise hand function. And I don't see Abdullah online at the moment, so I don't know if his camera's off or if he's not on, but I just want to confirm if we have Abdullah. Abdullah's raised his hand. So for those who vote for the approval of the draft, the final pronouncement, please raise your flag or hand online. So I count 18 hands, 15 in the room, 3 online for 18 in total. So it's unanimously approved. No for or no against.
Okay, and just to confirm, we were approving annual improvements, not retirement benefit plans, as it says there in step D.
Apologies.
I only just noticed that. Okay, then can I check whether there is anybody that considers that re-exposure would be necessary? Not seeing any flags raised or hands raised online. Okay, so move us on to step F then.
Yes, thanks for the voting, and it's definitely not retirement benefit plans, it's improvements that is in the next line. So, regarding the effective date, next slide, please. As we all know, improvements normally tends to be staff recommends an effective date of the following year. But in this case, staff thought that given the specific nature of the different improvements that we are proposing, to have a differentiated effective date. So for the part 2, staff is proposing January 1st, 2025, basically because many constituents that do need this type of guidance, they are already applying this guidance through the hierarchy. And so there is no cost or additional effort in implementing guidance that they would be already applying otherwise. And given that we are planning to publish this in April, so it will still give them some time to put that in their own standards. And so that's why for part 2 we are proposing January 1st, 2025. Regarding January 1st, 2026, for part 1 and part 3, as it is also in the papers. So part 1 is basically because it was we are combining 2 separate improvements or narrow scope amendments projects from ISP into a single combined amendments, and that can also be challenging for our constituents, and that's why staff thought that it would be worthwhile to give constituents more time to implement those changes, to make the analysis on the to see if the arrangements that they have needs to be reclassified or not, and give sufficient time to do that analysis. And the same happens with part 3, of course, for different reasons, because it's a different transaction, and that's why we are proposing to give 1 more year. But of course, we would like to know whether staff's view and the recommendation is supported by the board. And with this, I'll open the floor for discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, João. So any comments on that proposal from staff to have the 2 effective dates? Adrian.
It's just that I don't understand why we would have a general one, 2026 for these 2 parts. Well, I don't see any arguments for, I mean, practical arguments for delaying the implementation of those improvements. The fact that the IS improvements took 2 years or more than 2 years, or were delayed, postponed by 1 year and additional 1 year, etc., doesn't mean that today there would be a need for, I mean, delayed implementation. But I don't really see the practical arguments. I would be okay with January 1, 2026, but based on a need from the users of the standards. And I don't see in the substance of the standard what really supports the delay of the implementation.
So you're suggesting that we should have effective date of January 1, 2025 for all three. Perhaps I could ask whether there are, views for or against that proposal from around the board table. Yeah, David.
Thanks, Ian. Yeah, I would support Hervé Adrienne on that
one. Does anybody disagree with that? I don't know. I guess the one question I would have was perhaps on part 3 in terms of the lease liability, and I don't know. I'll go to Angela, but I can see flags going up. Maybe if I take Angela and then Liang and then Lynn, perhaps if I can ask you if you have a perspective after those two have contributed. Angela and then Liang.
Thank you. Interestingly, I had Zhao changed my mind because I was in your camp, just do the same effective date. But it was when you were speaking and saying there could be some judgments that entities have to apply in what has been around for a long time. And I was comfortable with the 2 different dates because of early adoption. You could permit, well, you have permitted early adoption, which is what I always look for. And I guess from a practical perspective, I can see an enthusiastic auditor in practice seeing this come in effective immediately, and maybe a reasonable amount of work for someone to convince an auditor in a very specific area of guidance that it's okay. So I was sort of, after you spoke, and I guess my question is, Zhao, did you speak to some entities about that, or is that your sense that there could be a little bit of judgment in the part 1 and 3?
Yeah, thanks, Angela, for those comments and the question. No, I haven't spoken, but I did study quite extensively these because of the 2 exposure drafts that the ISB issued. Also the reason that they had to postpone the effective date. So, and it was visible that many entities were struggling with this new guidance in terms of implementing the new criteria. And so going to what you said, yes, there is huge judgment and analysis and the implications, of course, in terms of the accounting. And it was because of that. And also because as we are, as you said, allowing early adoption for the entities that, okay, for them it's a non-issue, or they can easily assess the few liabilities that they have impacted by these and early adopt. So we have that option. So it's kind of giving the flexibility and allowing the entities to be able to apply to their specific circumstances. But I also see Hervé's Adrienne point that perhaps this is not worthwhile to give 1 more year. So it's kind of a judgment call from the board, basically, that needs to do.
Okay, maybe I'll take Liang next.
Thanks, Chair. I also support to have the effective date of part 3 as consistent with the lease standard. I recall actually if my memory is correct, actually this issue, when the ISB consider of this, actually, firstly, it was an issue raised by practice, and some entities raised this issue to the IFIC when they apply the list standard, IFIS list standard. Then IFIC discussed of this and thought it should be a narrow scope standard setting issue then raised to ISB. So my point is to avoid the entity, a public entity may have the same issue, same implementation issue as private sector may have before. So if we have a consistent effective day as the least standard, this it will be good. So I support to have the same effective day as the least standard. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Yang. I don't know, Lynn, from Elise's task force, do you have any additional points you wanted to make?
No, but I guess the point which Leanne also made in that was about giving people implementation time on a consistent basis, as the IASB gave, and that was, I guess, the argument in the paper that made me support the recommendation as given was on that piece, without understanding would there be an unintended consequence if we didn't give that implementation time. I don't know, but there would be nothing to stop somebody early adopting if they did want to. So I guess I came from a similar place as Liang about the why wouldn't we give the public sector the same implementation time.
Thanks, Lynn. I think that's helpful. Evie-Adrian, you wanted to come back in on this?
Just a slight comment. Well, for me, it's a matter of principle. I mean, we want to delay implementation of a standard for practical reasons to help preparers to be themselves well prepared to implement the standard. So we don't want to push them, and fall in pitfall because we wouldn't have been prepared or, okay. So I could possibly agree that part 3 be delayed, but I don't see part 1, the reasons for part 1 to be practically delayed, because now, what are we talking about? It's not an unknown territory. It is something that is just improved, developed, and well, there are changes, of course, but I mean, as I said, it's not unknown to preparers. So now they have almost 1 year to get prepared to apply the improvements that we show in part 1. So I would say, as a preparer and also as an auditor, would be the same. I mean, it was far enough. So okay, to remain consistent with the principle that okay, we offer an implementation period that is consistent with the difficulties that preparers may encounter. I would say, okay, part 1 and 2 be 25 in January 1st, 25, and okay, for part 3 to be delayed to 2026, based on what we have seen in the application of the IAS standard improvements.
Okay, so I'm sensing that we have agreement that certainly part 3, that the correct date would be January 1st, 2026, obviously with the option of early adoption. So I think the question is really, if we accept that as a given, then the question I think you raised in that therefore was actually, should we pull forward part 1 so that part 1 and part 2 had an effective date of 1st January 2025. So I think really at this stage, probably the best thing to do is actually ask for a show of hands from the board. So we have those 2 alternatives. One is to maintain just part 2 being effective from 1st January 2025. The other alternative would be that we pull forward part 1 as well. So those are the 2 alternatives that we have. what I'd like to ask then is for a show of, well, if we put, how do you want to do it, Ross? Flags up. Okay, so flags up in the room, hands up online. So could we then have a show of those members that agree with going with the staff recommendation? So only part 2 to be effective for January 1st, 2025.
So I have 16 now. So I have 3 online and 13 in the room voting for the staff recommendation.
Okay, so for the record, those voting for part 1 to be brought forward. Okay, so I think with that, we go with staff recommendation on the effective date, but noting the ability to early adopt. Okay, so I think with that, we're actually through on that item. So as I mentioned earlier, there will be, we will have the normal editorial process in terms of finalisation. So if there are any final edits, please make sure you pass those through to João for consideration during that process. Otherwise, it just remains for me to thank João for supporting us in the process. Thank everybody that contributed through their responses on annual improvements. And I think with that, we conclude that item. Thank you very much, João. Well done.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so what we will do now is we will start off the next item, item 5, on IFRIC alignment, narrow scope amendments, and welcome Eileen to the board table. And obviously, this is the item that we started. We had the first look at in terms of principle on the approach in December. We have, in thinking about how to run this item, staff did talk to me about how we might handle this, given it's a slightly unusual discrete series of potential additions to our suite, and I suggested that actually the key issue was whether board members thought that we should add each of the amendments in turn or not, and that's the reason why we came up with the approach that we would just ask for a show of hands to begin with on whether there was support for inclusion, and then take any comments, because if there isn't support, then we don't need to discuss any further, and then we will come back and have a vote on the what is to be included finally. So that's a bit of the background, and I've probably taken away Eileen's thunder, but I just thought it was important to underline that staff had discussed this with me, and we mulled over what was the best way to make use of the board time. Okay, so Eileen, having stolen your thunder, over to you.
Not at all. Thank you, Chair. And I think the slides are coming up in a moment, but as that's happening, I'm happy to give a bit more background about staff's work over the last quarter, particularly on this being a unique but narrow scope amendments project. Now, as members will remember, this project was originally added to the work program as part of the September discussions, and the intention was essentially to catch up with all the IFRIC and SIC interpretations that have been issued but had not yet been considered by the IPSASB, either on its previous projects or currently. And so in December, we had proposed a 3-step analysis process for each of these interpretations, and we essentially tested it out on IFRIC 7. We went through it. The board approved the guidance to be included in the future exposure draft. So this past quarter has essentially gone through the remaining 6 interpretations. As the chair has alluded to, they're all incredibly different from each other, and that's based on the nature of interpretations. They tend to address very specific application design matters and applying the existing principles that are in IFRS to those specific issues. And the interpretations would therefore provide the clarity on how the application would actually occur. And so that meant that in terms of how we progress in our current quarter, going through the other 6 interpretations, we thought having a more formalized structure in each of these analysis papers would hopefully help members lead through each of these analyses and determine whether or not you agree that this guidance is useful for public sector and to be included. Now, as we went through all of that work, we realized there's a large volume of analysis and a large volume of guidance. And so that's why we presented the very first paper as a way of supporting members in reviewing this agenda item, looking at these 6 sets of analysis and guidance, and then leading to the discussion we're having today. Now, as the chair noted, we are planning to go through each interpretation one by one and essentially hold that vote for each interpretation before leading to the final approval. So for each interpretation, members will be asked to raise their hand if virtual or your flag if you're here in the room about whether you agree with the recommendation to incorporate the guidance into IPSAS. And if you do not agree, we would definitely love to hear your feedback and rationale. Now, if the majority of members agree, then it will go into the standalone exposure draft that we are proposing. And if the majority disagree, then we take it out. This is all, of course, still subject to any editorial changes, discussions, instructions that come from today's session, but we do want to make sure that we are flowing through on a piece by piece just to help us navigate the multiple sets of analysis that's there. Just a quick highlight as well, if there are any specific questions about the specific accounting, more than happy to talk about that offline because they are so incredibly specific. What we try to do with each of these analysis papers is the core paper really presents the 3-step analysis that we have, but the appendices, which are really provided for information purposes only, is where you find a lot more of that detail about what the application of the accounting could look like and the comparison that staff had done on IFRS principles and IPSAS principles to really show that essentially we are aligned on all of these interpretations. So with that, if we could go 2 slides over, please. Thank you very much. So the table here is what we presented in that first paper as well, which gives a summary of these 7 interpretations. As you can see here, the analysis for IFRIC 7 was already done in December, so we've blued that out to show that the board has already reviewed part 4 of the ED. What we're planning to do today is go through one by one for the remaining 6 interpretations. Essentially, the IPSASB staff has proposed that we do add each one in, but as we go through the discussions, I think we will go a little bit more into details about whether we think it's truly relevant for the public sector, and as well as reviewing on a page-by-page basis of the proposed ED and the parts that attach to each interpretation. So with that, I'll take a pause for any additional comments from the chair or program technical director in how we want to run today's session. And if there's any questions from members, just to help us set the scene for the next hour and a half of this discussion. Thank you.
So thanks for that introduction, Eileen. I really just want to pause and check whether members are content with how we're approaching this and whether there are any sort of process questions before we move into the consideration of the first proposed IFRIC change. Ross.
Just one point from me, and I wanted to give some kudos to Eileen for the depth of work she put into analyzing these different interpretations. As she said, she's probably underselling how different they are from each other and how much work that took from her to go deep into understand the interpretation from an IFRS perspective, then comb through our guidance to make sure we had the relevant underlying guidance in IPSAS, map those, and then understand how it might be applied in both the private and the public sector to determine whether we should recommend it. And we've had lots of back and forth on this, and we know that members have views on some of them and whether we need them in the public sector or not. So we're really looking forward to that debate on each of the items. And if we don't think we need it, we don't have to put it in. But it is important that from the staff perspective that we did the depth of analysis. And if we thought it could be applicable, we've proposed it to be in because it's a lot more difficult to do it the other way around. If you disagreed that we'd left one out, add it in short term. So, we're open to having a debate on that. thank Eileen for an excellent job on this piece of work. I think, I hope it was relatively easy to review, but I can tell you a ton of background work went into getting you this package today so that it would be manageable by the board. And my microphone's not working.
Someone is trying to tell you something, Ross. So thank you very much, and yes, thank you, Eileen, on behalf of the board. You know, I know we had quite a long debate backwards and forwards about how best to allow the board to review, you know, both the individual items and also how to present them in terms of enabling board member review. So thank you very much for responding to that. Okay, so I think we're clear on process, and probably the best thing to do then is to move into IFRIC 1 first.
Thank you, Chair. And if we can progress to the next slide, please. So paper 5.2.2 is regarding the analysis for IFRIC 1. I think as we've noted twice now in today's presentation, each interpretation is very different. So I wanted to start the presentation on each slide with just a quick summary of what each interpretation is about. IFRIC 1 is a bit unique because it does touch on multiple standards. This IFRIC was issued in 2004 and essentially provides guidance on how to account for the effect of specific changes in the measurement of any existing decommissioning, restoration, or similar liabilities. Now, these liabilities are the ones that are both already recorded as a decommissioning liability, but also recorded as a part of the costs of a PP&E asset or potentially a right of use asset. And so you can already see that there's some interrelations there between a few of the standards. Now, as with every interpretation, there's very specific questions that it's trying to address. And in the case of IFRIC 1, it is trying to clarify the application of the accounting principles in 3 specific types of changes of measurement. So the first is changes in estimated outflow to actually settle that obligation, changes in current market-based discount rates, and then increases to essentially reflect the passage of time. Now, an additional summary of the actual accounting is presented in Appendix 2 for those that wanted to see a bit more about what it actually entails. But on the core paper, what we really wanted to present was whether or not the situation that the interpretation is covering would potentially happen in the public sector or not, and therefore would the guidance therefore be relevant and useful public sector entities in having in IPSAS as well. So all in all, we did confirm that the principles that are relevant to this specific IFRIC are aligned between IFRS and IPSAS. So that was a really helpful check mark in that perspective. The only major changes we saw were for public sector terminology differences. And in our case, we also have COV on the measurement perspective for the public sector. So those are really the only key differences we could see in the specific guidance. And so when we really consider whether this situation could happen in the public sector, it was a relatively easy conclusion that yes, this absolutely could happen in the public sector as well. And given that this guidance is providing clarity on how to apply our existing principles, it definitely made sense to bring in. So staff's proposal is to bring in this guidance, but what we actually propose as well is to enhance it further. Part of this is because of how our guidance is built versus how IFRS guidance is built. Interpretations are always kept completely separate in the IFRS world. But for us, we bring in our adaptations of the interpretation guidance into our existing IPSAS. So overall, we propose that IPSAS 19 is still the best location for the guidance based on this interpretation, because the original trigger for this accounting change is based on the change of measurement of the liability. But we felt it was also important to have some sort of signposts in our PP&E standard, in our leases standard, so that if they have a PP&E asset or ROU asset where their initial measurement included this initial estimate of cost for decommissioning, that they are aware to go to that appendix in IPSAS 19 that we've now proposed to make sure they understand how those principles would also be applied in those specific circumstances. So as you'll see in part 1 of the ED, there are 3 sets of amendments that we've proposed, amendments to 19, 43, and 45 to bring in that the guidance from the interpretation, and also to bring in the signposting so that users of our standards will be able to get directed accordingly to IPSAS 19. So with that, happy to pass it back to the chair to facilitate the vote and discussion of this item. And thanks in advance for the members that have provided comments to me in advance about editorials, as well as some potential changes to further refine the guidance that we're proposing here. So thank you from me to members.
Okay, thank you for that introduction, Eileen. I think it does show you some of the complexities that you've been wrestling with on our behalf. So what I want to do first is actually ask for a show of hands on whether we should incorporate guidance on this topic into our standards. And if we do agree to that, then we'll move on and pick up any more detailed comments on how it's proposed to do that. So if I can first ask for a show of so flags up in the room, hands, electric hands up online, if you're in favour of inclusion.
I'm getting 18, 15 in the room, 3 online.
Okay, thank you. So we will include guidance on based on IFRIC 1. I just want to now ask members if there are any comments of substance on the approach that's been taken. Obviously, if there are editorials, then pass those to staff. So any substantive comments on the way in which this has been done? Yeah, Claudia.
Thank you, Chair. I'm wondering if we could really start with in the appendix always, which we see in the next steps, where we say it's an integral part of the standard, it's an application guidance, and then we call them always introductions. I'm not really feeling what it means. Sometimes it's a little bit scoping, then we should call it scope, or if it's the requirements, when I have to go to this appendix. That seems sometimes a little bit misleading, especially like in this standard, we start with many entities have obligation to dismantle and remove and restore items, which normally not really a part of a standard or our application guidance. So I think we need a little bit to reduce a little bit this, why there was an interpretation on it, just to, this is the point, and we have to solve, and it's the accounting for it.
Okay, thanks, Claudia. Eileen.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks for the point, Claudia. I would say personally, I did struggle with that as well. And I think it's because of how we've done this in general when we bring in interpretations, where we don't modify the guidance that essentially brings up the problem, communicates the problem that they are trying to resolve in the scoping and introduction for these interpretations. So for what you're seeing in the exposure draft, it was really intended to just be consistent with how we've done it in the past. That being said, I feel like, it's been a few years. These interpretations have varied from 1998 until 2013, actually. So language changes. The way that interpretations standards are written has changed. So I am open to revising the interpretations to be a bit more like the way you've proposed if members are generally in agreement. But I will kind of pass this to Ross as well and make sure I'm not breaking any rules on the process side.
So no, I don't think there's any hard and fast rules, but we do have a process we follow when we're building off IFRS guidance, even when it's an interpretation. So we tend, if there's not a good public sector reason to rewrite something they've written, we don't rewrite it, and we focus our resources elsewhere. So if you've got a suggestion on what you think might help but clarify paragraph up front, happy to consider that. But I think, it's a slippery slope if we start rewriting all portions of this to write the way we write now. And again, this is a point in time when we're looking at a number of interpretations that go back 15, 20 years. So there will be a little bit of differences in how these things are written. And the guidance itself that applies to all these transactions is already in IPSASB. We're not adding anything new. It's just an interpretation to help with a specific accounting application issue.
Thanks, Ross. Angela.
Thank you, Chair. On that point, I valued the introductory comment a lot. I think from it is an ED, and an ED, in my view, is a communication device to ask constituents what they think. So I think for me, any kind of introductory comment to give the constituent a reference point is critical. And in some ways, I think it's more critical because these are so old. And I think a constituent might say, why is the IPSAS even looking at this? And so I think the communication side of it in ED is very important. And I did value the introductory comments.
Okay, thanks, Angela. So I think, I mean, I think it's a useful discussion to raise at this point before we head in, and you know, there isn't a right answer on this one. I mean, I guess, I mean, I can see the points either way on this one, frankly. I guess the question is, does anybody else have a strong view on this? Or as Angela proposes, you know, do we basically put this out? And, you know, we could, I guess, ask a comment, although, you know, not sure how we would actually do that. Does anybody object then? I mean, I'm recognizing the point you've made, Claudia. Is everyone okay if we proceed as proposed by staff? Okay, so I think recognizing the point, but you know, made on either side on this one, I suggest as members have had the chance to review that we should proceed with the proposed drafting. Okay, any other points members want to make of substance? Okay, not seeing flags raised. So I would suggest then that we've agreed that we will include this, and then we move on to the second interpretation.
Thank you, Chair. Next slide, please. Paper 5.2.3 is regarding IFRIC 5. This one was issued in 2004, and it provides accounting guidance for a very specific set of IFRS users, specifically those that are contributors to decommissioning, restoration, and environmental rehabilitation funds. Bit of a mouthful, so we called it decommissioning funds in the rest of the paper. And essentially, this interpretation is specific to decommissioning funds with particular characteristics, those where the assets are administered separately and the contributor's right to access the assets are actually restricted from that fund itself. The interpretation also answers two specific questions about how a contributor accounts for its interest in that fund, and if there are any obligations for them to make additional contributions, how would they actually account for that? So an example of that was if, say, another contributor had bankruptcy, what would you do as the other contributor? So similar in process of how we did the analysis, presented the analysis, etc. What our staff analysis landed on was that the principles that are relevant to this IFRIC 5 in IFRS do exist in the IPSAS literature as well, and is aligned with just some public sector terminology differences. And again, the measurement element, because we have the public sector specific measurement bases. And we did feel that the guidance in this IFRIC would be useful for those that are also contributors of decommissioning funds in the public sector. So all in all, we reached the conclusion that yes, we should bring the guidance in with adaptations for public sector terminology. And we felt that IPSAS 19 was again the best location for this guidance with the correct references to other IPSAS as necessary. This is currently proposed as Appendix C of IPSAS 19. And I think this is the element where, as noted in the papers, the analysis and the proposals are building upon each other through each of these analysis, because this would be following the appendix the board has just approved from IFRIC 1. So this is all found in part 2 of the exposure draft. And with that, happy to pass it back to the chair to facilitate the vote and discussion on this item. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Eileen, for the introduction. So as before, ask for a show of hands or raise of flags in the room, electric hands online, in terms of whether you agree with the inclusion of IFRIC, material based on IFRIC 5. And then we'll proceed to pick up any comments afterwards if it's approved. So can you raise your flags? Hands online if you agree with inclusion.
So I've got 18 again, 15 in the room, 3 online. So it's included.
Okay, thank you. So now I just want to check whether there are any comments of substance in terms of the proposed drafting. Angela and Liang, I assume you're... Okay, so I'm not seeing any flags raised from members, so I think we're fine with inclusion. And Eileen, I'm thinking we might break for lunch at that point. We're slightly ahead of schedule. Just to check, Leah, are we okay if we break for lunch now? Okay, so I would suggest we break for lunch at that point, and then we come back, which will be 1:30 New York time. Okay, thanks everyone. See you after lunch. copies of the updated version of the conceptual framework have appeared in front of you as if by magic over lunchtime. I think there is an offer that if you want an autographed version, John will be happy, quite seriously, as somebody who played a huge role in the initial development of the framework throughout and has led the update. So if you want a souvenir copy signed by John, this will be a collector's item in years to come, but John is available.
Just to say, Ian, I think the only useful bit
Thank you for the offer, John. Okay, Ross, just want to.
So just to make it clear, this is the 2023 revised conceptual framework that includes all of the changes that were agreed to last year. And if you have the 2014 version with the 2023 version, I understand that's a very valuable if you have those two versions and they're signed by John. So.
Okay. Thanks very much for that. And it is great, I think, really important from a stakeholder point of view to see all that new material together in one place. Okay, so we move back into the item, and Eileen, move us on then to the next proposal.
Thank you, Chair. If we could move to the next slide as well, please. This next item is related to IFRIC 6, and this interpretation was issued in 2005 and provides guidance on the recognition for a very specific set of users. And in this case, it's the producers of electrical and electronic equipment, or EEE. And this guidance is really related to the liabilities that such a producer might actually need to account for if there are legislations, specifically the EU directive on e-waste management, that will require the entity to incur those costs for e-waste management. So it's definitely very specific. It answers a very particular set of questions as well about what the obligating event might be for that liability, and the elements in terms of the recognition of the provision for those waste management costs. Now, as noted in the paper, the guidance that is actually relevant for this interpretation is aligned with what we have in IPSAS as well, with some minor differences, again, for public sector terminology, et cetera. But what I would say is the more challenging part of the analysis, and where I think we might have some more debate today in the session, is about whether this guidance is actually relevant for the public sector. This was a bit tricky because there's almost three elements to really consider whether this guidance is relevant for the public sector. The first is primarily, are there actually public sector entities that would be producers of electronic and electrical equipment that are for household use, and therefore down the line, based on their own legislation, may be required to actually incur costs for that e-waste management? So that first question is really, really key. So because this was a limited scope project, there wasn't too much additional research that could be done for it. But from the preliminary research, it looked like there are cases, and some of those examples are listed in the paper, but they are very much from that state-owned enterprise perspective, or perhaps through private partial ownership in a company that does produce the EEE equipment for household use. So it did seem like there was some potential application and therefore usefulness of the guidance that was in this interpretation for the public sector. But this was really an area where we were a little bit on the fence about that. But to really help support board members, we thought, let's proceed with this conclusion that this would apply, and to therefore be able to provide some of the guidance for members to consider, to really think about this in the context of the international public sector and determine whether or not we think it is truly applicable, relevant, and therefore useful for public sector entities. So with that, happy to pass it to the chair to facilitate the vote on whether to add or remove this from the proposed exposure draft and to facilitate any further discussions on this specific item. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Eileen. So as before, we'll start with the show of hands in terms of whether there's support for inclusion or not. So if I can ask those who support inclusion to raise their flags in the room, raise their hands online. Okay, Ross?
So I'm counting 3 online.
Okay. So perhaps just then to hear from the majority of board members that don't support inclusion, just a sense of, because it does look fairly convincing, but just I think it's probably important from if we're not going to include that, we're clear why. And, again, that's a communication issue. Mike, lead us off.
So just in terms of the process, maybe it would be helpful if we first of all discuss board members' feeling about why it's relevant or why it's not relevant, and then making the show of hands, if that is okay for you.
Well, I think it's fairly convincing now that members don't support inclusion, and I think therefore, that's where we have a majority that don't support inclusion. So therefore, that's why I'd want to hear, just to begin with, why is it that everybody, when they've supported the other ones, are not going to support, are not supporting this one? Angela, do you want to lead us off? And I'm happy to then ask if there are any other comments that people want to make, probably from those that do support.
Thank you, Chair. I was a bit caught on this one, actually, and as to what to do, because on the one hand, I felt if it did no harm, there was actually an advantage of bringing them all in, because in a year or two time, no one will remember which ones came in and which ones didn't. And if they do no harm, in some ways, from a process point of view, bringing them all in provides that completeness, so no one remembers that. Which ones did we leave out last time? But I think what just throws me a little bit, it sounds like a very specific situation, but it does involve e-waste. And what I was worried about is our moving to more sustainability and environment kind of topics. I just had ever such a slight concern that could there be some kind of unintended consequence, and I hadn't done any research beyond that. And so in some ways I was happy to put them all through if they did no harm, but I was just unsure what this was really saying, and would it impact our sustainability thinking around, I don't know, e-waste, even if we get there. That's kind of why I'm sort of on the fence, but happy to be persuaded a little bit, actually, if others have ideas.
Yeah, I might just make a comment in terms of visibility and what would happen if we don't include it. And I think that's where, if you go to the IPSAS IFRS dashboard and you go to the supporting table 3, you'll see there that there's a list of IFRICs and SICs that are currently not addressed in IPSAS or RPGs. And, so you'll see there's a couple on there which relate to income taxes, where it's transparent that we haven't brought those in, and the board's reasoning for that. So if this didn't go ahead, then we would include this one would remain on the list, but actually would change status to not relevant in the public sector, with a note of, why we haven't actually done it. So, from a constituent point of view, it's absolutely clear that we've, it's been looked at, but we've just chosen not to take it forward in that way. Eileen?
Yeah, Ian definitely made the point I had. I think the table is actually a really good way for us to communicate that. So on that perspective, I think no problem. Your point about whether or not this would have implications on sustainability, I asked myself the same thing, because this was one of the ones where I did a lot of rabbit holes for research. And then I started to remind myself that Ross told me, be careful how many rabbit holes you start digging. So I think within the research, it was definitely clear, like e-waste in general is becoming a larger and larger problem. This is already a very dated interpretation. So of course it is quite important, but the accounting that's actually presented in this IFRIC is really more about when to determine when you actually have that obligation. So from the accounting perspective, that financial perspective that you have to incur these e-waste management costs, that's actually a very clear accounting issue. So I wouldn't see there being a substantial negative implication on how that interrelates with our work on sustainability. But again, this is, from that preliminary view, it didn't seem like a major concern on staff part.
Thanks, Eileen. Ross, you wanted to come in, and then I'll go to David, then Lynn, then Renee.
Yeah, just on a couple points. Is I think, because they're in here, I can see that there might be a hesitation that there's something we could leave out that we should put in. But I think, these were developed for the private sector, and there are instances when they might not be applicable in the public sector. So I think it's okay for the board to decide this one doesn't apply. And when you read this, this is really about manufacturers that create the e-waste, and that they're recognizing money because they're going to have to pay for the end of the process, and that's being captured at the point of sale. So again, I think it'd be quite rare in the public sector. And we had this discussion in staff, and we almost didn't put this one in. We were kind of right on the fence. He said, well, there could be public sector entities that are manufacturing things that are within the public sector. They're probably state-owned enterprises. They're probably following commercial standards. So I really don't think we're losing anything, and I think it's healthy to have the debate so the board's clear and happy why it doesn't go in. But I don't think there's something broader we're missing from this particular IFRIC. There'll be lots of sustainability changes to the standards to come, but I don't think this one would be a particular one we'd be missing if the board decided not to put it in.
Thanks, Ross. So go to David, then Lynn, Renee, and Camilla.
Thanks, Chair. I mean, I think Ross has probably already said what I was going to say. I mean, the examples given are SOEs. We do not write standards for GBEs, which can also be called SOEs. So on that basis, I would say that we shouldn't put it in. And as Ross said, I mean, it is for the producers of this equipment, not for the users of the equipment.
Okay, thanks. Lynn.
Yeah, I guess similar to what Ross was saying, I just don't think this is generally applicable in the public sector. It doesn't, to me, meet the bar for it being a reason to include. I think you could go to lots of bits of literature and find the examples. I was just thinking, what occurred to me was things like when we went through the revenue standard examples, and we ended up stripping out ones that were sort of possible relevance to the public sector. And we took a very conscious decision when we were doing the revenue standard to not include ones that might only have a remote possible relevance. And this felt in that category to me. So that was my rationale, that it was more in the sort of possible but remote. Therefore, I don't think we should include on that basis. And that would be consistent with our decision making on the examples in the revenue standard.
Thanks, Lynn. I think that's a very helpful parallel and reminder on that, the process that we went through. Renee, and then Camilla.
Yes, thank you. I was definitely on the fence as well on this one. And the more that I listened to the conversation, the more that I think I remain comfortable with not including it for all the reasons mentioned. The one thought that came to my mind when I listened to Eileen respond to Angela, the fact that the guidance is about a past event and a triggering event, in this particular example, I find it useful as an opportunity to interpret the past event in those types of transactions and could potentially be analogized for future difficult transactions, maybe not in that particular space, but maybe in the broader sustainability space. It may not be about a manufacturer, because I agree we don't have those necessarily in the public sector, but this is where my mind went. But I'm not saying that I'm changing my vote. I just wanted to share with the board this
Okay,
angle.
thanks, Renee. Camira.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Eileen. Here I was thinking perhaps not specifically for this case, but what about creating, I don't know, a kind of library where we can have staff Q&A documents, because in the future, you already have done some work here. We agree that it's not worth including it in the IPSAS standards because it's not relevant enough. But what about having a separate section around in the IPSASB web page where people can consult those documents and we do not lose that already effort that you invested in this analysis? Thanks.
So in terms of that, I think where we'll capture the board's thinking on this is in the actual dashboard, where we keep track of what we've brought in from IFRS and what we haven't. Going forward, again, this is future looking to the end of this year when we agree the next 5-year strategy and we set up the application panel. I think that's where we'll have a home for these type of interpretation considerations. So including ongoing IFRICs that come out of the ISB, and then the things that come directly to IPSASB about IPSAS and what we take through the future application panel. So I think there will be a future home, but for now, the board's decision will be captured clearly in our IFRS IPSASB dashboard.
Thanks. And I think, obviously going forwards when at some stage, we're going to go out and look at potential future projects and additions and so on. And I think, if you think about the way we did the list this time round, we actually picked up what was in table 2, which is where we've got those standards where there is an equivalent of the IFRS at the moment in the IPSAS literature. And so I think it does come back to that, we're entirely transparent about the decisions that we've taken, and therefore it is open for people to come back at a future point in time and say, look, actually now, there are some very real examples here. You need to rethink this. But, we're transparent that we put it on one side and people know where they can go because they can look at IFRS literature at least and then say, well, okay, yeah, maybe that works, maybe that doesn't. You've got the key recognition guidance in IPSAS 19. And I think that's probably back to Renee's point as well, that, here what we're trying to do is supplement if it's needed, but if it's not appropriate, then, to Lynn's point, we don't include. I just wonder, there were several hands raised online in support of inclusion. I just wonder whether there's any other points anybody wants to add in support. Abdullah.
Well, thank you, Chair. And this was the decision I thought the board would debate about, and I couldn't wrap my head around whether to go with the decision to include it or not to include it. But for me, I was seeing it from the point of view that an effort has been done there, and the analysis is there. What would be the harm of not including it? I know not many jurisdictions will be using it, but I thought if we include it, then there will be no harm in adding it. That was the basis that I thought of adding it. Thank you.
Thanks, Abdullah. I mean, I think it shows, a number of members are actually, could see arguments either way. Ross.
One reason we did think about from staff perspective that hasn't been discussed is the growing volume of IPSAS overall. So we've got a 3-volume set of IPSAS. When we add in the 6 new standards into the 2024 handbook, it's going to be pushing 3,000 plus pages. So I think we really want to make sure that we're adding them. It's going to help in a public sector context. And if not, you can still use this guidance through the hierarchy. It's been available to use through IPSAS 3 for a long time. And I think maybe that's a point we make in communications as well.
Okay. So I think the agreement is we don't include. I mean, I'm guessing. Sorry, I think this isn't a question that's been asked before, but so I think we're clear that going forward there'll be transparency that this will remain on the list of IFRICs which haven't been included in the board's guidance. I'm just wondering whether, recognising the fact we've had the discussion, whether we should actually just record the fact that we have considered it and decided that, and at least ask constituents whether they can think of any reason that the board hasn't considered for its inclusion. So we have been transparent on that. The board that's the board view, but actually we're just giving constituents that opportunity. If they don't come up with anything, then okay, that's fine. Okay, so I see nods. I think Ross isn't kicking me too much under the table for that. So I think if we go with that, so the decision is no for the reasons that we've talked about, but we do also allow constituents to make the case, sort of along the line, kind of along the lines that maybe Abdullah's mentioned. Okay. Yep. So move us on, Eileen.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks, members, for the very helpful discussion. So we'll make those editorial changes on the back too to renumber all the other appendices and include this in the ED. So the next item on the next slide is the assessment of IFRIC 14. This was issued in 2007. We're getting closer to present day now. This interpretation provides guidance related to the post-employment defined benefits and other long-term employee defined benefits. So it particularly considers the limitations on the defined benefit asset, as well as the implications of any minimum funding requirements. This interpretation answers three very specific questions about when refunds or reductions in future contributions should be considered as available, how minimum funding requirements might affect the availability of any reductions in future contributions, and when minimum funding requirements might actually give rise to a liability. So based on the analysis as presented in the paper, the principles that are most relevant to this interpretation exist in IPSAS and are aligned with public sector terminology differences. And when we thought about whether these situations could arise for public sector entities, we did come to the conclusion that yes, this could absolutely happen for public sector entities, and therefore the clarity that this guidance would bring would also be helpful for public sector entities. So based on that, we have adapted the guidance that was in IFRIC 14 to bring in to our IPSAS, specifically in IPSAS 39. One thing I did want to note before opening up for discussion is, I would say editorial, but also a little bit related to how we've set up our IPSAS here. I did receive a comment from a member offline about why we've labeled it Appendix AA, and I will say it's something I struggled with and kept pitching to Ross to say, how are we going to number this? So to give a bit of context as to why it's AA, the way we typically include interpretations, so the guidance based on interpretations, is to include it as authoritative guidance, but we always include in the section preceding amendments to other IPSAS. Now, the way that our standards have been built over time, in the past, we didn't always have that as its own standalone section, but especially in the recent years, that appendix, the title stays, the number stays, but the content disappears once this standard is actually brought into our handbook, and therefore the amendments have actually been built into the existing standards. So if you look at IPSAS 39, we already have an Appendix B, and that posed a challenge for us to say, well, if we're going to bring in guidance based on this interpretation, do we put as Appendix C, which would break from convention, but flows fine, or do we try to forcefully stay consistent with how we've done it with other IPSAS, and we put it in between A and B. So for consistency, we have noted it as Appendix AA, but we appreciate maybe that is confusing. So we're happy to hear from members if that is a point of concern where we think constituents might find that confusing, and the day we want to make sure constituents can read and understand it. But I thought I'd share that in case there is any other thoughts from members about whether or not we want to rename that. But that's the only thing I wanted to highlight there. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for the clarification. So as before, we'll move into the vote as to whether to include or not. So if I can ask for flags to be raised, hands raised online for those that support inclusion. Rather different picture to last time.
So I've got 18, 15 in the room and 3 online to include.
Okay, that's good. So are there any comments that members want to raise at this stage in terms of the approach taken? No, Yassi.
Sorry, I just not clicking my raise hand symbols. Sorry.
Okay. Good, right, okay. So I think we're fine with that one. So move us on.
Okay, thanks everyone. So the next item and on the next slide is the analysis for IFRIC 21, which is levies. This was issued in 2013, and it provides guidance on the accounting for a liability to pay a levy that is imposed by a government. And so these levies are, if you want to think about it, kind of separate from the IPSAS 47 side, where we were mainly talking about levies being received as revenue. This is really about those that have to pay levies. Now, the IFRIC actually covers 6 very specific questions. They're primarily relating to the obligating event that would trigger this obligation to pay a levy, the impact of going concern assumptions, as well as the timing of recognition of that obligation to pay the levy at a point in time or over time. Now, based on the analysis as presented in the papers, the specific principles that are referenced and relevant to this IFRIC are presented in, exist in IPSAS guidance and is aligned with just public sector terminology differences. And when we thought about whether this would be relevant for public sector entities, we did note that yes, it would be. And that's because in the public sector, it's not just national governments, but also local governments, municipalities, subnational governments, as well as international public sector organizations. So there is a large range of public sector entities that could be using IPSAS and for which this could apply because they may be subject to levies that they must pay from the national government. So based on the fact that it could be relevant, the principles are aligned. Staff's conclusion is that it would be appropriate to bring in this guidance into our IPSAS standard, of course, with the adaptations for public sector terminology. And at this point, it's proposed as Appendix E, but given our decision on the earlier agenda item, this will be Appendix D. We'll handle the editorial side on that part, but it is currently presented in Part 6 of the exposure draft. So with that, happy to pass it to the chair for the facilitation of the vote and discussion. Thank you.
Okay, so if we can then ask for raise of hands online, flags up in the room if you agree with the proposed inclusion.
So I've got 17, 3 online, 14 in the room.
Okay, so for the record, Camilla, you're voting against. Do you want to just share your reasoning on that then?
Yes, I only thought that it was a bit not relevant enough, not so prevalent. So, and considering the length of the standards already, so I thought maybe if we can include that somewhere else, not in the core text of the standard, but yeah. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Camilla. I'm not sure whether it's Scott. Well, David's put his flag down. Oh, okay, so Mary, you want to come in?
Yes, thank you. I would like to confirm a very basic point. And I wonder the entity, public sector entity, maybe the paragraph 9, the public sector includes national and subnational governments, related governmental entity, and international public sector organizations. And IPSAS 19, paragraph 2, this standard applies to all public sector entities other than government business enterprises. So I wonder maybe the E1, a government may impose a levy on an entity. In this terminology of entity excludes the governmental business entities. I'm not sure. Thank you.
Eileen, do you want to pick that one up?
Yeah, thanks, Maria. I could take some time after the session today just to check all the boxes and confirm it, but I think we can make an editorial update to the paragraph and ensure that we are being clear about the scope of who would be applying it. So thank you for pointing that out.
Yeah, I mean, I think we need to be careful on that because we took the references to GBEs out of our standards in favour of an amendment to the preface on the types of entities that we were setting standards for. So I think if we do anything, it has to be consistent with that. So I think worth having the conversation and then, looking at what might be appropriate. So leave that one with staff to have that discussion and then revert. Andrew, I think you were next, and then Claudia.
Thanks. I guess for a public sector entities, the debit leg to this would be a transfer expense. So I just wanted to make sure that we have checked that there's nothing in the transfer expense standard that conflicts with this guidance, and perhaps also just to clarify that when we do expose it. Thanks.
Eileen?
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Andrew. I'm not sure if my email got to you about that. I did take a look at the IPSAS 48 guidance, and there shouldn't be any inconsistencies or conflicts in that perspective between at what point you have that expense versus the obligation under IPSAS 19. So all in all, it looks like everything does fit together well, and I think it should be relatively clear for constituents. I think given that IPSAS 48 is still relatively new and issued with constituents, I do look forward to seeing if any constituents make comments about that. And I think that might be something we can consider after ED phase to see if additional guidance might be necessary to clarify that point. But thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I think as with all these things, if we can be clear about our reasoning and actually show that we've taken that into consideration, I think that's important. Claudia.
Thank you. I would add at first to the point from Andrew. In our drafting from the introduction, we said that the purpose of this appendix is a levy is an outflow of resources other than those outflows are within the scope of another standard. So that's probably then the transfer expense. At least we need in the transfer expense standard as well in scope exclusion if it's a levy which is defined in this standard. And then I'm wondering if we should exclude explicitly in this standard that it's not belongs to taxes. Because from the definition, what we're saying, it's a levy is an outflow of resources embodying economic benefits that is imposed by governments on entities. There's nothing what it's exactly a tax I'm paying to the government. It is defined by legislation and everything. So at least we should scope out this in this introduction paragraph where we have it scoped out fines and other penalties. So just to make crystal clear, we don't have taxes in mind. And my last intervention is I think we should modify the example 7, where we give an example of a bank which have to pay the levy, maybe we find some other more public sector specific institution instead of bank. Otherwise, we always run the problem that we use examples which are not public sector specific.
Thanks, Claudia. That's a good spot, and definitely you're right on that. I mean, I think what I'd suggest is actually if Eileen, you can work with Claudia just to make sure that we've got that right, and probably also just make sure that you triangulate with Andrew as well in terms of the IPSAS 48 point. And if if that's possible, sort of during the task force time on Thursday, just to kind of wrap that up. If there is anything significant that comes back, then obviously we can pick it up. But otherwise, I think we've got the way forward on that. Doesn't need to come back. Okay. Oh, sorry, Lucy.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. With regard to the issues raised by Andrew and Claudia, could it not be covered under paragraph E2A, where we said that those outflows of resources that are within the scope of other standards, like taxes is in other standards and transfer expenses? Maybe we can just specify in paragraph E2A when they exclude taxes or transfer expenses, then we can specify the standards applicable. Thank you.
Thanks, Lucy. I think you can take that away and have a look at that and resolving that one. Okay, so we move forward. Next one.
Thank you, Chair. The last interpretation that we're going through today is 6.7. This is the oldest one on the list. So this was issued in 1998, and it was really related to a very major global event, which is the euro becoming a currency in its own right, and that became effective in 1999. Now that was a result of the Economic and Monetary Union (EMU), where this guidance essentially was really to help clarify how to account for the changeover for those jurisdictions and member states that were changing over from their national currency to the euro. So it's definitely very specific. That was also part of what staff really challenged ourselves on to say, well, what does this mean for us now in 2024? And so one of the things we noted from the preliminary research is that there are still member states continuing to join the EMU and also adopt the euro. In the last 10 years, there was about 3 different countries that did that. I think I had that listed here: Latvia, Lithuania, and Croatia. And so it did seem like this guidance, it can be relevant, but we did still struggle to say, well, is that prevalent enough, if you will, to actually include in the guidance? As Ross mentioned a little bit earlier as well, we do have that hierarchy in place that if we don't bring guidance into IPSAS, our users can still look at these interpretations as well. So it really was a challenging question for ourselves about what we want to do there. Now, we have heard from a few members offline about this as well to really ask, is this helpful for users? And on a permutation, do we actually want to generalize it a little bit more, given that there is dollarization happening in certain jurisdictions, and the fact that even the BRICS group is considering creating their own currency as well? So there are a lot of potentials, I think, with what we want to do here, but we thought it was important to at least bring this to the table for members to consider, have this discussion, and think about whether the guidance as is can be useful, or if there's anything further that we might want to consider, perhaps through an application panel matter discussion in the future. So just for full transparency, that is a really challenging one that staff dealt with this quarter, and looking forward to any thoughts, comments from members about whether you agree with inclusion, if not, what next steps could look like for the board. So with that, back to you, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, so thanks for that. So we'll proceed as we have with previous items and see where we get to on this one. So as before, can we have a show of flags for those in the room that support inclusion, and hands raised online for those that support. And
So I've got 3 online and 1, 2, 3, 5 in the room. So that gives me 8.
okay, so not a majority for inclusion there. I just think now we might actually get some comments on the reasons behind where members, you know, how members voted. David, open the floor.
Right. Thank you very much. I would disagree with the inclusion as it stands. I think just limiting it to the euro would be a mistake. However, I think for the reasons given with other countries that are sort of considering entering into some sort of monetary union, whether it's an EMU or just an MU, I think the principles should be applied, and I think with some clever tweaking of the drafting that could result in something that is useful in our standard.
Thank you, David. I think, Lynn, you are marginally ahead of Mike there. So if you want to go.
So I did recognise the point that David made. My reason, though, for still not including is that I think there could be additional useful guidance from a public sector perspective about a government moving from its current currency to a new currency, and there might be additional things other than just including this. You know, what do you do with, how do you account for your current currency in circulation and the handing in of that? So that transition piece I felt would potentially lead me to want more public sector specific guidance from a public sector's perspective of entering into a new currency arrangement. So whilst I recognise that I'm not saying that people aren't entering the euro or other currency unions, I felt that it was a topic from a public sector perspective. There might be more public sector specific things to think about. And therefore, I didn't think that bringing this in isolation was very useful.
Okay, thanks, Lynn. So I've got Mike, then Noryati, Andrew, and Liang.
So I want to just confirm what Wing having said. So I voted against introducing SIG 7 as it seems to be a little bit fallen out of time in our days. But nevertheless, we should really ensure that we have a more general interpretation for that. Yeah, so that would be our homework. That would be the proposal.
Okay, thanks, Mike. Ross, you just wanted to come in before I go?
I don't know if now's the time or after everyone makes the points, but I do have views on how we could take this forward.
I mean, I think that would be, you know, I mean, from the comments that have been made, there is clearly an issue here, but not in the format that we have at the moment. And I think Lynn, you know, articulated some of the reasons why we would want to explore this further. So, Ross, if you just want to, you know, play those in, and then we'll see where we go at that stage.
Sure. So I was very much like Lynn, thinking about broader public sector issues when we thought about this, and that if we bring this in through the current process, we're probably not thinking broad enough. So I would think this would be a good issue to put on the table for the future application panel as a starting point of thinking about the public sector issues. We could start with this as the guidance and then broaden the scope and think about the other issues you'd have to think about and other situations that might be broader than the European Monetary Union, like dollarization that we know is happening with current users of our standards and future monetary blocks and processes.
Okay, thanks for that perspective, Ross. So now I'll just carry on around those members who want to put into the discussion, and perhaps you can just articulate whether you would support that approach that we do actually do some more research on this, but at least do the initial analysis through the application panel. Noyati, and then Andrew.
Thank you, Chair. Actually, I agree. I agree to include the the changeover from national currency to any, but not specifically EU. And I agree that we have to have a broader approach of this situation or the issues on this for public sector as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Noyati. So go to Andrew, and then Yakuba, and then Jonah.
Thanks. I agree with the comments that it's not broad enough to address all the public sector issues around it. Happy for it to go to application panel, for example. And particularly, I think an issue that should be considered here is, so you mentioned BRICS, for example. My understanding that would more be a trading currency rather than a functional currency change, which I think is useful from our context to include that separation and guidance on that as well. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Andrew. So go to Yakuba next, and then to Jonah.
Yeah, to me, I was in favor to include, because I saw in the papers that some countries are in the process to join the European Union. So to me, we need to provide guidance and in our standards so that they can use it, they are assisted in joining the European Union. Meantime, to me, including this into our standard didn't prevent the board to figure out in what way we can address globally those grouping economic region, monetary region. So at that point, I believe that the staff did a good job, and we need to include this. And then we can still work on the way we can address globally the issue for the other grouping economic and monetary unions. So that was why I was voting for inclusion.
Thanks, Yakuba. I think it's helpful to know that. I mean, I think we're fairly convincingly said no to inclusion as is now, but I think we're building a way forward. Jonah.
Yeah, I voted against including because I think it's a bit too jurisdictional. Quite a number of countries, quite a number of economic blocs now exist. And obviously the thought of each of these blocks coming back to the board to come up with the specific guidance, I think is going to be quite messy. So and also we are doing a general purpose financial statement. So I thought it's a bit too specific and too jurisdictional. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Jenna. Adrien, and then I'm going to wrap up.
I'm against because, well, for many of the reasons that have already been expressed, and especially I was about to comment the same way as Ross did. I mean, it's a very good example for the application panel to deal with. I'm also against because same as my comment, the comment I made on the application date, the last discussion we had. I think it's a matter of principle, and every decision the board makes should make sense, and we should avoid any situation where we somewhat would give the impression to users that we move towards a rules-based approach of our standards. And especially in this case, I mean, it is very, well, there's no room really for interpretation. There's a strict application of the standard for the changeover from one currency to the other. So, I mean, the interpretation would be very narrow. So if the principle is clear, then let it be, and let people apply the standards as they are, and if they have a matter of interpretation or application, more application than interpretation, because there's no real room for interpretation of the principles here. There is possibly some concerns with the application of it, but then, okay, go to the application panel. So this is why I would be, I mean, really definitely against the introduction of the interpretation to our standards.
Thanks, Adrian. I think that is a very important point. And that's going to be the kind of challenge I think we have, assuming that we move forward with establishing the application panel as, you know, actually what's the principle here, and do you need the additional guidance? So I think it's fairly clear from the views expressed by members that we don't proceed with this in terms of the exposure draft that we're approving at this point in time. It does sound like actually this is quite, you know, if we, and I don't want to get ahead of the decision that we take, you know, in finalising the strategy, but if we say for now, this is on hold as potentially the first item for consideration by the application panel. I think the other thing that probably goes with that is if we assume that's the way forward, then what we should do is ask members who have specific examples in mind that they've referenced, please do send those through to staff because that would be helpful in starting the process. So, you know, but it's obviously, it's on hold pending a decision on whether to proceed or not with the application panel. Okay, Patricia, final comments, and then we'll move through into the vote.
Thank you. I have a question about the application panel, because I think there are some different issues about interpretation and how to prioritize these issues. I think, in my view, I think this is not the main issues. I'm not sure about the prevalence of the change in currency. I think there are other issues related to other IPSAs that it's a priority for the jurisdiction and not this. I would like to understand. I think it's not the first question for the application panel. I think it's needed to think about how to prioritize the issues, interpretation issues. Thank you.
Thanks, Patricia. I mean, I think you're right, and we shouldn't get ahead of are we going to establish the panel? If we do establish the panel, we have had some discussions about what it might be, how it might work, but we would need to firm those up, and then clearly this would need to be, you know, nothing we've said today actually mandates the fact that the application panel would recommend guidance or anything like that. So, Ross?
No, I completely agree with you, Patricia. I think this is something that goes on a list of potential issues. We don't have an application panel yet. We haven't determined who's going to be on it, how it's going to work, but we will need material for it to work through. We're going to set up a portal to receive information. But I think this is one item we can add to that list. Once the board makes the decision with the future strategy that we're going to do this, then we'll look at implementation, considering how it prioritizes issues and what that list looks like. But I think this is one we can add to the list. Nothing more than that at this point.
Yeah, thanks for that. So we've worked our way through deciding whether to include now or not. So Eileen, then move us through to the conclusion of the item.
Thank you, Chair. Next slide, please. The final paper of this agenda item is essentially to help facilitate the vote on these the proposed exposure draft. Sorry, next slide. Thank you. So just to kind of summarize the two main decisions that came out of the discussions on the past papers, we are removing the appendix D, which is part 3 of the proposed exposure draft, as well as part 7 of the exposure draft relating to the discussion we just had on the 6-7 interpretation. So the approval of the exposure draft is really on the other 5 parts that will be in there. Now, the paper itself has presented that staff's view is to actually issue this as a standalone exposure draft rather than with the improvements to 2024. And there was two, I guess, key reasons why we proposed the standalone instead. First is that the IPSASB is on track to approve more than 5 exposure drafts in the next few months. In June, in particular, we can name quite a few already. And so that means that the time frame in which constituents will be asked to actually comment on the exposure drafts by the IPSASB will all overlap quite a bit. And some of those exposure drafts are quite large. So we thought it would be better for constituents in general if they're able to actually comment on this exposure draft during Q2, so in that kind of April, May, June period, before the other exposure drafts are actually issued. The second element is just to give a bit more spotlighting to the work that the IPSASB has done over the last few months in considering these interpretations, doing this catch-up exercise as it embarks on its next 5-year strategy and work program. And so that we thought, let's issue it as a standalone exposure draft. So as noted in the paper, the numbering is going to be based on the decisions at this meeting. So at this point, we haven't put a number to it yet, but we'll be able to finalize. And we have proposed the name that you see here, amendments to address IFRIC and SIC interpretations, because we thought it was the best way to really cover the actual content that's in this exposure draft. Now, what we would like to do is to essentially facilitate the approval of this ED for a 60-day exposure period. 60 days is consistent with how we've handled the exposure period for improvements in the past. And we felt that the 60 days would be appropriate here as well, based on the nature of what improvements and interpretations tend to be, which is clarifying the principles that are in our IPSAS, not bringing any new ideas or new concepts per se. So with that, happy to pass it back to you, Chair, to facilitate the discussion and the approval of this ED for an exposure period of 60 days. Thank you.
Okay, so there's a number of questions there really for the board. I think I just want to check whether there's any disagreement first off that this should go out as a separate exposure draft. That there's obviously in the future, these sorts of things, as we're up to date, might go out with annual improvements, but this is a catch-up exercise. And given the extent of the material, I'll sort of check that board members are content that this is a separate exposure draft. Lynn.
I don't really have a strong view on that, but in something that you said, we're not communicating, I don't think, clearly in either the improvements or in here that we intend to maintain this and keep this up to date in the future through improvements. And that I don't know, have we made that decision, ? But we seem to be silent on how frequently we might do this. And I wondered if that would be helpful in the communication somewhere, particularly if we issue them separately.
So this is the catch-up exercise to get us up to speed on all the IFRICs that have been issued. Going forward, we will consider the IFRICs as they come out, like we do with normal amendments to IFRS or improvements or narrow scope amendments. So I think we'll consider those like we do by keeping track of changes in the IFRS literature. And then as we do with all narrow scope amendments or improvements, we make a decision exposure draft by exposure draft, which ones go in and which don't.
Yeah, I understand that, but I don't think we are in any of the bits of communication we're about to do in exposure draft terms. I don't think we're saying that publicly, and I think perhaps we should in a paragraph somewhere.
Yeah, and I think you're right, Lynn. I think we can express the intention that we're going to do that without being explicit about the mechanism. And that perhaps was the sort of sensitivity that we didn't want to get ahead of and it would be through the application panel. But I think we can express that we intend to keep up to date going forwards. And we should communicate that. Angela.
Thank you, Chair. It's just a question really on improvements and updates in our catch-up. Where do IFRIC agenda decisions fall into this process?
So the thinking is that those will go under the application panel when we start. So this was part of that process. I think it was a couple of members around the board when we were doing the strategy and work program encouraged us to, one, keep up to date on the IFRICs and the agenda decisions and have a mechanism to consider those. I think the mechanism that's appropriate would be the application panel, but the first thing we need to do is catch up on the ones that have been out there. So that's what we're doing today. Next will be application panel and considering how we bring in all of the IFRS maintenance work under that panel. So improvements, IFRIC issuances, and the agenda decisions, and then what we do with those.
As well as, of course, issues arising from application of our own material as well. So a number of things that we want to have that formal mechanism for doing, and to Lynn's point, for keeping up to date. Okay, so are you on whether we issue this as a separate ED or not, Adrian? Well, I just wanted to round off and say, is the board content then that this is a separate exposure draft, subject to that addition from Lynn that we communicate the intention to remain up to date with future IFRIC pronouncements? Did you want to come in at that point, Adrian? No, okay. Okay, so then staff have proposed the title for this. That's probably sort of does what it says on the tin. Hopefully no major concerns on that. Adrian, come on.
You always think it's pretentious from a Frenchman to make comments on the terminology used, but no, it's not a major comment. But I would feel more comfortable if we had amendments to consider or reflect rather than to address. It gives a different message on the link between IPSAS and IFRS.
Okay. Lucy, were you on that as well?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I also have the same concern as Hebre again. It's really, the purpose is really to align with IFRIC SIC interpretation. It's not really to address the, because it has different connotation when we use the word address. In ED 87, we have been specific on the, because that is also, if we also have considered IFRIC 20, right? And we have specified in the ED the name or the title of IFRIC 20. In this case, since there will be like 5 IFRICs no longer SIC because we don't consider SIC and SIC anymore. So it's only IFRIC. Is there a need for us to specify the number in the title of the ED, rather than making it too general as IFRIC interpretations?
I mean, I think no, there's nothing that binds us in terms of what title we give. I think reflecting on your input and Adrian, then certainly we'd just call it amendments to consider IFRIC interpretations. You're right, SIC disappears, and it'll be clear within the document what we're doing. Okay, so then I think probably oh, sorry, Liang.
Thanks, Chair. My point is also about the title of the ED. I share the same concern as the two members, but my point is actually I look at the other ED, ED 85, we called it as IFRS alignment improvement to IPSASB. So I'm thinking whether for this ED, we will issue, actually, we also need to put something like improvement to IPSASB to stay clearly that it is a kind of improvement.
Ross?
I think, and I'm interested what Eileen thinks on this because she's thought about it more than me. But I think we wanted to keep this completely separate from the improvements that's coming later this year. We're not actually adding any guidance. So they're not even improvements to the IPSASB. There are additional application material that's going in the appendices. So I think personally, I'd prefer we stick to something where we're talking about amendments to IPSASB resulting from IFRIC alignment, however we want to call it, rather than linking this with improvements, because I think that's something we do once a year and we do a number of things in that. And I don't want to start to confuse the two.
Not much to add beyond that, because that's actually a discussion we had with a few staff members on the team this quarter, because we have a few EDs that are obviously all going to have to get named. I won't go further into the one about the improvements. I think Ross has clarified that point, but really we thought, we wanted something to present so that members can pick at it and change it. I think align was definitely one of my earlier ideas too, for the same reasons Lucy noted. So really happy to go with any direction by members. I think we've landed on a pretty good new title here for amendments to consider IFRIC interpretations. As Ian said, it's the name on the tin of the can, I think is the phrase. I think it covers it, but happy to see if there's any further revisions that members are pitching to clarify this ED. I think the additional introduction, if you will, in the ED itself will also provide more context about which interpretations we're actually considering without putting the actual numbers in the name, because we've talked about this in other contexts as well. It can get very verbose and actually might make it a little bit more to read versus just explaining it once you actually get into the ED. So happy to stick with the new title if there's no other further comments.
Okay, I mean, I think on this one, we need to bear in mind that eventually the idea is that we add useful guidance to our existing literature. So probably not to belabor this, if we go with amendments to consider IFRIC interpretations, and that does delineate it as something separate to annual improvements for now. And we need the additional drafting point that, going forwards, we will keep up with new interpretations as those come out. Okay, so I think at that stage, before we consider the exposure period, we should actually vote. Is that right, Ross? So perhaps you can just... Oh, Claudia.
I'm sorry, I just have a question. Do we need some SMCs or something like that? In the drafting, we didn't have anything, or?
Also a question I asked Ross. I think where we landed is that because we wanted to stay at least relatively consistent with the improvements process, we don't typically ask SMCs about it. But I think if we were to go that route and members want that, our general view is to keep it as simple as possible on the SMC side. But over to you, Ross.
No, that's right. We tend to not have an SMC in improvements because they're relatively straightforward. I think one seems to have come up through the discussions about the ones we've excluded. So I think that was maybe an implicit decision that we would have one on the two that we're not including.
So I think what I'd suggest on this one is actually to note the questions that's been raised by Claudia. I think at this stage, I'd rather staff go away and consider that just in terms of how we actually address this, bearing in mind where we've got to. So I think if staff can go away and address this, and we'll just bring it back briefly on Friday morning with the proposal on that. Okay, thank you. Lucy.
No, I was thinking if we just have to include a basis for conclusion on the exclusion of IFRIC 6 and SIC 7 in the ED.
Can you let staff have a think about how best to communicate that? So I think, you know, there's the question that how we communicate that and how we set up the BC. Ross?
No, I don't think we would normally include a BC for an improvement or a minor item we've left out. We use the tracking table to communicate what we've done and what we haven't. I think it would be inappropriate to have a BC related to guidance we didn't put in for a standard because it relates to IFRS guidance. I don't see any relevance to putting that in an existing standard.
So I think in terms of the instructions to staff, it's to consider the SMCs that we would add to this and bring those back for information on Friday morning. And as part of that, consider this communication point in terms of the waste equipment interpretation that we've decided not to move forward with. Okay, so then with that, Ross.
So with that, and asking for the vote on the ED itself, obviously subject to the points Ian's just highlighted that we'll look at on Friday morning. So those who vote for, please raise your flag in the room or your electronic hand online. So I've got 15 in the room and 3 online for 18 voting for. It's approved.
Okay, thank you, everyone. I think the remaining question that we need to address is the staff proposal in terms of the exposure period. And the proposal is 60 days consistent with improvements. But I'd just like to hear members' views on, you know, if they disagree with that proposal. Okay, so I'm not seeing any flags raised or hands raised online, so I think we agree the 60-day exposure period. Good, okay. So with that, Eileen, I think just to reiterate the thanks for the analysis that you've done, tricky and complex. So thank you very much for what you've done and the way in which you presented, which has helped us through that. We'll see those remaining bits back on Friday, but well done, thank you very much. So with that, we then move into item 6 on the agenda, which is other lease type arrangements, and we'll start off on the introduction to that. Okay, thanks, Eileen. João, welcome back to the table.
Thank you, Ian. And here I am again with another agenda item. As you can see, I had to set up a different setup from the in terms of slides, and this only shows the challenge that we are here at Alice's project. And I must say that I'm really happy for leading this project over the last 8 years. We have been innovating in terms of standard setting. So we've had 2 exposure drafts before issuing IPSASB 43. And now we are with another exposure draft that we have already issued. We are facing another exposure draft, and perhaps those 2 exposure drafts will lead to a single final pronouncement. So it's kind of breaking records with this project, and even for the IPSASB, because we are breaking new ground with this process. So with this more happy note, I don't know, Ian, if you want to say anything.
No, I was just going to say facetiously, you're not yet at social benefits record levels, but anyway, sorry.
Yeah, fair enough. Okay, with that happy note, so we are now in agenda item 6, other list type arrangements. And staff and the task force had a very helpful task force meeting, and my big thank you to the task force for the very useful discussions and back and forth in terms of approaches on how to manage this project for this meeting, but also having a prospective overview on this project, and especially because we also have new board members coming into this board this year. This is their first meeting, and we thought, okay, let's also take some stock taking on the project of where we came, why we are here, and what to expect going forward, for the board members to make the questions and feel comfortable on what they are, what we have here in front of you. And with that introduction, so the first agenda item is basically the overview of this project finalization. So I had to build kind of a complex site. I hope not to have any glitch. I've tried it again, and everything seemed okay. So we issued exposure draft 84, concessionary releases and right of use assets in kind. And now, building on IPSASB's decisions at the December meeting, staff and the task force worked in building a new exposure draft. So this number is already outdated because it's no longer 88, it will be 89 because the board has just approved an exposure draft that will be 88. So all this to show that standard setting is really complex, and there is always several steps running, many moving pieces, and you'll see how those moving pieces also happen here. So the objective, as I said earlier, is that these two exposure drafts will be joined together in a single final pronouncement. And what does this mean? It means that there are some parts from each exposure draft that will feed into that. So as we all know, we had ED 84 with proposed amendments to IPSAS 43, to both authoritative and non-authoritative text. And at that time, we published ED 84, we also proposed the amendments to IPSAS 23 because that was the standard that it was effective at the time. At that time, IPSAS 47 hadn't yet been issued, so this was the standards that we were dealing with. And we also proposed authoritative text and non-authoritative text. Now, with building once again on IPSASB's decisions on the December meeting, what the board decided was not to address only two of the types of arrangements that came from that request for information, but to address all of them, to basically to go further than what we had put at the feedback statement in terms of location, but going forward, but going much forward than that, and building on those arrangements that constituents said that they would have, and then we would be putting those fact patterns in our literature and analyze them according to the specific principles in each standards. So as you can see, the objective of this exposure draft 88 is basically to move, and also building on the IPSASB's decision back in the December meeting, the guidance that we are proposing to IPSAS 23 and adapting it to IPSAS 47. So there was an appendix in the issues paper that shows paragraph by paragraph and what type of changes they were. So the board had agreed on that. I just put it here again, just for the board to have a feeling how these pieces fit together between moving a text from IPSAS 23 to IPSAS 47. I should say that I've already received some editorials also on that text, and I've said, okay, that's fine. So there is not kind of a principles based that those editorials are impacted. And of course, we'll have core text in the structure. Also, we'll have application guidance, because that's how IPSAS 47 is built into. Much of the core text in IPSAS 23 will be put into the application guidance. And of course, we'll have basis for conclusions. And in this case, we'll have also all the illustrative examples drawn from the request for information. I draw the attention of this board to the Appendix A, and that is in page 4. Although I'll not put it in the slide, but just for you to have this slide and also that appendix, because it has a detail and it shows. I'm not going to go run into the detail, but it is important for the board to understand on all these pieces. So the check mark, the green check marks, means that those illustrative examples are within the scope of those standards in terms of the conclusion, whether or not it is a lease or whether it is an arrangement within the scope of IPSAS 47. And if it has a red cross, it means that it is not within the scope, in this case, of IPSAS 43. And it shows this movement of how, in more detail, regarding the illustrative examples, which was the biggest focus that the board asked the task force and staff to work through on how all these run. So, building on that, there will be new proposed non-authoritative guidance, illustrative examples, specifically designed for IPSAS 48. Once again, at the time when ED 84 was published, there was no IPSAS 48. So we are now bringing up to date to our most recent literature on how to apply the principles that exist in IPSAS 48, with just two illustrative examples. And now giving the jump to the final pronouncement. So this means that we'll move the guidance from IPSAS 43 and ED 84 to the final pronouncement. It's not direct because we have done many decisions here with the board to address constituents' responses to the ED 84. So it is a modified publication according to comments received from our constituents and IPSASB's decisions. And also building on that, as it was asked by some constituents, there will be a new chapter proposed, in this case, to be included in the final pronouncement, which is also non-authoritative, which is an implementation guidance. So there will be several paragraphs with basically diagrams, flow charts, explaining on how all these transactions work in terms of placement, identification, qualification, to help apply all these new public sector specific guidance that we are here developing. Then the same will happen with 47, moving that guidance to final pronouncement, of course, subject to constituents' comments that they will provide and future IPSASB's decisions. And finally, the same will happen with IPSAS 48, once again, subject to the review of responses. Well, thank you for holding your breath with this long explanation, but I thought it would be useful, and staff is happy to receive any comments, suggestions on where we are and what we plan to do with this. Thank you. Yeah.
Thanks, Joao. I think that's very helpful to orient us on how we're seeing this coming together to provide an overall suite of guidance. Just want to check whether there are any questions from members at this stage, just on the process before we move into the actual substantive discussions. Liang.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Joe, for the explanation. I just have a very quick question. Just look at the picture. Actually, it is just combine the two together. But I see a difference between the two for the IG implementation guidance. Actually, the first ED actually it is put together with the IPSASB 23. But for this one, actually, you may want to put it together with IPSASB 8.3. So what's the rationale, or do you have any special consideration to put this IG together with the lease standard, but not together with the revenue standard? Thank you.
Yeah, very good question. Thanks for that. I'm more than happy to explain. So, two things. The implementation guidance that the staff and task force is envisaging to include in IPSASB 43 is related to principles that are related to IPSASB 43. They are not related to revenue. I'm going to give you a few examples that it was even suggested by some board members to explain the differences between a lease and a service in kind. So there will be further non-authoritative text on that, and with principles drawn from IPSASB 43. The other part of implementation guidance, it was more about the structure on how IPSASB 23 was built. So IPSASB 23 was built not having illustrative examples. Those examples were built under a chapter called implementation guidance. So it is a different label basically, and the staff thought that the new structure of IPSASB 47, there is no need to create a new chapter with these, because they are basically illustrative examples, just like many other illustrative examples exist in IPSASB 47, and that's why we've put just kind of an arrow connecting both boxes between IPSASB 23 and IPSASB 47. Hope I've answered and it's clear.
Yeah, I mean, it does reflect the evolution of our standards between 2006, I think, when IPSASB 23 was approved, and the more deliberative way in which we constructed IPSASB 47 and IPSASB 48. Liang, you've still got a question. Come back.
If my memory is correct, I recall that actually in the previous ED we state that if the concessionary lease has the concessionary component, because for this component actually you have no consideration for this part, and according to the definition of lease, the definition is you have the consideration for to use the asset. So actually, if we think in this way, actually such component, such concessionary component is just out of the scope of lease standard. So my point of view is maybe it is still more appropriate to put it together with the IPSASB 47, just like we did it as for the first exposure draft.
Thanks, Liang. Yes, that would be the case if the implementation guidance that staff and task force developed so far to be put in IPSASB 43 is not related to the concession. It is only related to the identification of these type of arrangements that we are put in the AT4, but they are not necessarily having a concession. So we are talking about whether they are leases, whether they fulfill the identification criteria that we have in IPSAS 43 to meet the definition of a lease, whether they are a lease contract. So it's not, they don't have the consideration of a concession. However, I should say that if through this process of work that there is much more implementation guidance related to the concession that needs to be done, then we would definitely include also in the implementation guidance. But so far, the parts that we have developed do not have that, the concession part.
So I'm thinking on this that actually that's something that probably is better as an offline discussion at this stage. I'd rather not re-deliberate something that we've already decided on in terms of walking through the issues in that we've exposed in ED84, but I think that's an offline discussion to see whether there's anything final that needs to be done to that. At this stage, I want to break. We're due to take a 20-minute break, so can we reconvene at 20 past, and then we'll go to Patricia. Okay, so welcome back, everyone. So I think where we left off was then, Patricia, you had your flag up at that point. So, and we're still talking about the clarification in terms of project finalisation, how the issues come together. So, Patricia, to you.
Thank you. I'm confusing about the approach in relation to the EG 43 and 47, because I understand the objective to clarify that some transactions are not leases transaction. I agree with this. But the next step is to, it's not leases, and then I can understand how to apply IPSAS 47. But I'm not convinced that I need to explain or that this transaction has a specific characteristic that needs some additional illustrative examples in IPSAS 47. My main question may be about the concession, but my initial view is the principles in IPSAS 47 is not clarified based on these examples. And then I would like to understand what are the objective, or what are the principles in IPSAS 47 that it's difficult to understand how to apply in this kind of transaction that is need to new illustrative example. And in this case, I think I have a concern, because in examples, sometimes it's so fast to conclude that this is a binding arrangement, but a binding arrangement is so complex issues to conclude about this. And then I like to understand more what is the objective to include more examples in IPSAS 47. Thank you.
So perhaps just an overview comment, and then I'll pass back to João. So I think what we're trying to do here is we drew the very hard line in terms of what was a lease and what was not a lease. And if you go back to thinking about the request for information that we did, we actually had a number of different types of transaction there that we as a board felt were common in the public sector. And we asked for feedback from stakeholders on those. And based on that information, the board concluded that certain types of transactions could be treated as leases, certain transactions would not. And it's the ones that would not, and having visibility about that has led to the proposal to include these additional examples. In terms of actually people being clear, if it's not a lease, actually, what do I do with it? And so being really closing the loop in terms of, we asked for information, now how is that translated back into guidance and making it clear that we have actually addressed that. So hopefully, I mean, that's the intention. Yeah, Lynn, you were just hovering before I go to João.
Yeah, all I was going to add is we did have a debate a few meetings ago, or a long time ago probably now, on things like binding arrangements or not, and whether or not to stick at lease contracts or move to binding arrangements. We stuck at contracts. Lots of the examples that did come through were people saying, but I've got a binding arrangement. And so that's why we ended up putting examples in. The board had asked us to put examples in to cover all of the sort of scenarios that we had in the request for information. And then a lot of the information that came back were people saying, we've got a binding arrangement, but us concluding it wasn't a lease. And it's difficult, isn't it? Sometimes when you see the things that then come back in what we've got here is a very narrow set of examples. just on that topic where people had said they had a binding arrangement, but we concluded it wasn't a lease. So it's a bit, you end up with what we've got in front of us now, clearly not showing the whole picture of everything we've considered. And I think that's sometimes hard to navigate. And we did debate, have we got too many examples now? And I would always be one that says, let's have fewer examples. I think a couple of meetings ago when we were proposing fewer examples, the mood around the board was they wanted more examples. So it's a difficult balance, I think, isn't it?
Thanks, Sam. Yeah, I mean, I think this is going to be a case where, you know, we're probably not going to satisfy everybody, and we really just need the, I mean, fundamentally in ED, what is now ED 89, let's assume that we approve it, it is important that from a due process point of view, we expose the authoritative amendments that are proposed to IPSAS 47. And that's, you know, from a due process point of view, really important that we go through that loop. We're then talking here about non-authoritative guidance, and the question is really, how do we communicate best and demonstrate that we have listened to stakeholder concerns? And I think there's a balance here because, you know, for some people this is obvious. For other people, it's really important that they see their fact pattern in the illustrative examples, and that's exactly the reason why, as Lynn explained, we're going to have backwards and forwards over which examples do we include, which examples do we not include. And ultimately, there probably isn't the right answer because we've got the principles and those are the ones that the board has effectively signed off on. So authoritative decisions, you know, changes to authoritative guidance effectively done. This is just about which examples do we include and do they, you know, do they stack up right and so on. And I think ultimately probably the really important thing is that we get these out and allow constituents to comment. So we do, you know, get to a place where nobody's unhappy with the examples, even if they might debate whether we include them or not. But as long as we're happy that they're consistent with the authoritative guidance, then we just need to get to a place where we can get them out. And then we can finally bed this down and let people have a go at it in practice. Angela, you want to? I don't want to go into detail. This is just a top level discussion.
Thanks, Ian. It was just Patricia's comment. I sort of thought, what is the objective? And I haven't followed the project, and as a new member, I really put myself in the constituents' shoes. If I was to receive ED 89 in isolation, how could I best help the IPSASB with feedback? That's all I was really thinking. And at a high level, I think you've got your objective right. You know, I think it's, given the complex phasing of the project, I actually think what you, this is my interpretation of what you're trying to achieve is in 47, and I'll just talk about 47. In 47, I think you're trying to achieve that consistency of whether you're in 47 or 43, you know how a concessionary lease in the IPSAS literature works. And actually from a revenue perspective, I got there very quickly. Whether you repeat examples or not, I'm neutral, because if you come from 47, you've got the answer without flicking over to 43. Equally, if you go the other way. So where you do use repeated examples, I think from a constituent's point of view, they need to be exactly the same. So sometimes there might be a view that if you change a few facts or a couple of words, what do they mean? So I think your objective is correct. I can see what you're looking to do. And I think in 47, while we are hitting a number of IFR examples, there are some similarities through those examples. So I think it's just at the execution of what you're trying to do in terms of helping people understand the accounting. And I think where the biggest issue comes is the difference between something that's in the contract is in scope of IPSAS 3 because it ticks all the contract boxes. But then we have binding arrangements that may be not ticking a box consideration, and now it's a lease, a right of use asset in kind, which is good. And even if you didn't have a 47, but you made it clear how concessionary leases below market term are accounted for, I would argue you could apply the principle from 43 to your asset in kind because you've set the principle in 43 from my perspective. But you're really just helping people not have to do their own analysis and get to the same answer. You're actually being very helpful. And that's why I think your objective's right. Perhaps the execution may be the challenge.
Thanks, Angela. So, I mean, I think we come back to the overview on this, which is actually this is about, you know, just the niceties of the non-authoritative literature. And so I think, you know, probably what we have here is let's get on and approve the authoritative changes. We do need some discussions, I think, which are probably through the task force with additional you know, input from those who've got comments on the examples to enable us to finalize. And I think as with a lot of things, actually, that sort of just discussion and meeting of minds is not best achieved through a discussion actually in the board, bearing in mind this is non-authoritative guidance that we're talking about. So I think the proposal would be that, you know, I think taking those sentiments that you've expressed there, Angela, actually we put that into the task force discussion on this. And as we've done previously, as we did with financial instruments and so on, if this is non-authoritative guidance that we're talking about finalising, then we can actually rely on the task force to actually work through the detail on this. We have the safety valve on this, that if there is anything that actually comes back that causes a question about authoritatively, does this contradict something that's in the authoritative literature or whatever, that could come back to the board. But probably we need to make sure we've got the right people sort of in the virtual room to have that discussion. So my proposal would be that we look at look at approval on the authoritative changes so that we can clear that hurdle in terms of formal board time. We delegate the task force with additional input from those who have comments on the examples to finalise the examples, bearing in mind that point that you made, Angela, about consistency. We have in May. If there isn't anything that comes back through that, and you know, I think we would rely on Ross in particular as Programme and Technical Director to make sure there's nothing that calls the guidance into question that the boards needs to discuss. At that point in time, the ED would go out and we'd get the feedback from constituents and finalise in the normal way. So could I check people content with that as a proposal in terms of the overall process that we take, the overall approach that we take? Obviously, we need to walk through the papers that João has prepared and get comments and see whether there's anything that would stop us finalising those proposed amendments to 47 and 48. Otherwise, we deal with the examples through the task force, augmented as necessary. Patricia.
I would like to confirm if I understand. And now you discuss only the authoritative, the mandatory part of the text. And after you send our comments, or I discuss the examples in this session too. I like to understand, because I think yes, but I think it's a good way. But I think my worry is about to present a illustrative example that contradict or not help or create a new interpretation for example, enforceability. This is my main concern here. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I think basically I would like to understand, and actually, sorry, I think Lynn, given we've asked you to run the task force discussion, perhaps I'd ask you just to summarise on that, because I think the question is what's most helpful from a task force perspective and also from Zhao's perspective in making sure that we can do what the board wants.
So I do want to give Zhao a chance to speak, but my observation would be that we're all here in person. I'm not saying in board time, but we do have a task force meeting planned for this week. I know that that may clash with other task force meetings, but I think while we're all here together, we should carve out some task force plus time to sit down with Patricia and Angela and anyone else that wants to comment and go through the examples, so that the task force can hear those and consider those while we're here in person together. It feels like a good idea and a good use of time this week, but not of board time this week. It feels like it would be useful to sit down and understand those concerns, so that that will give us a pretty good view this week about how much drafting we would need to do to get something that people felt comfortable with. And we could report that back on Friday, having had those discussions. And I was thinking we could liaise with Ross in terms of his technical director's update and feed that back in that session on Friday.
Thanks, Lynn. I think that sounds like a very sensible way forward, as you say, taking advantage of that space we've got for exactly those kinds of discussions, I think feels entirely the right way forward. I think we have, the idea is that we will have taken the necessary decisions as a board in terms of proposed changes to the authoritative guidance. And then that allows us just to settle that down. So Ross, if you're happy with that from a process point of view, that's the way that we'll proceed. So João, from a staff point of view, is that clear? Okay. So I think that's been very helpful, that overall discussion locating us in what we're trying to do here, because this is complex, unavoidably so. So having gone through the overview, João, I think now we now need to go through the relevant pieces of material.
Yes, thank you. Thanks to the board for this very helpful and insightful discussion. So staff is more than happy to engage with you this Thursday. So please, I'll send a meeting invite for the relevant board members that spoke up for us to have that meeting. So stay tuned to the emails. So, but as Ian was saying, we have other sections of this draft TD that we are looking to get feedback on. So now moving to the next agenda item. Agenda item 6.2.2 about the development of this ED. So we have here 4 items. Some of them, of course, will be changed. We will not discuss them. So I'll just highlight the items that we are looking for now, given this new direction from the board. So the first one is on the title. Of course, the number is no longer 88, it's 89. But to receive a feedback from the board on the title. So the reasons are in the issues paper. I'm not going to the detail, but just to get a confirmation.
Not seeing any flags raised on that, so I think we're fine with that.
Okay, thank you. So the title will be ED 89, Arrangements Conveying Rights over Assets, Amendments to IPSAS 47 and IPSAS 48. So moving to the next one about the specific matters for comment. So staff and the task force thought it would be useful to have 2 SMCs, one specifically related to the concessionary lease accounting related to the revenue component, because we are talking about IPSAS 47, not about the lease component, because that is under IPSAS 43. And then a generic SMC regarding the non-authoritative guidance in IPSAS 47 and 48, precisely to get the views from constituents on what this board is proposing. And with this, I'll open the floor again. Thank you.
Okay, any comments on those? Angela.
Thank you, Chair. Specific matter comment 1, is this the time to comment? Sorry. Is it correct that we have already exposed the concessionary accounting in the previous ED? In terms of, the question is, we propose new accounting guidance for the concession and the concessionary lease in IPSAS 47. I wondered if we have already exposed that in ED 84, and I think we've made decisions. So from a communications point of view, as a new member, I think asking them, do they agree with our concessionary accounting proposals that we've already agreed? I wondered whether that question should be more specific around what we have agreed in ED 84 and we're bringing forward because of the diagram. Is there an unintended consequence, or is there something in 47 now which gives us a problem? It's more just making clear that we've made that decision. And we're not asking them about concessionary accounting, we're just asking them about moving it into 47. Does that raise a new idea or issue? I think it's kind of a question, Charles, actually.
Yeah, thanks. I think that's a good spot, actually, Angela. And I certainly saw, Lynn seemed to be nodding on that. So I think that's something that we just need to correct that, because as you say, we're not seeking to reopen the amendments to IPSAS 43. We're trying to get the amendments resulting from what we've agreed for 43 right in 47. So it's just how we get that concept more explicit. So thanks for that as a spot. Okay, so I think we need, with that action, then we're good to move on.
Yeah, thanks for that, Angela. I'll reach out to you to get that precise wording. And
yeah, I think that can be done through the task force meeting
or the task force
on Thursday.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. Yeah, and and what about SMC2? Is the board happy? We didn't receive any
I wasn't seeing
disagreement.
any flags up on that one, so Angela.
Thank you, Chair. I had a lot of clarity about IPSAS 47 with some comments around, examples perhaps, but I am very confused about the purpose of the BC and the illustrative example in 48. And And although you're asking, you're putting both 47 and 48 in the SMC, I guess once we get to talk about 48 and maybe what is my issue or what is the objective of the examples in 48 and the BC, it may be that we have two separate questions for your second comment, but I just wanted to flag that.
I think that's a good point, actually, Angela, because essentially we have two different standards that we're talking about here, one on revenue, one on the transfer expense side. And so I think in order to make it clearer for constituents and to make sure we get clear input, I think if we split those two, so we end up with 3 SMCs in that way. So one is on the authoritative, proposed amendments to authoritative text in 47, second one on non-authoritative guidance, and then the third one on IPSASB 48. So thanks for that. So just for the avoidance, I'm not seeing any other flags raised. Okay, so I think we're good with that, and the wording on those to be discussed with the task force plus on Thursday. Okay, Joao, back to you.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks for the confirmation on that. So the remaining two items that I had here, we don't need to discuss now because they will be discussed on Thursday. So, and the proposed amendments that we are now only seeking for approval is the authoritative part, not the non-authoritative. So, and the BCs, of course, will be redrafted as soon as we have this meeting with the task force. So no need for approvals now on the BCs. Unless there is any further suggestions on those BCs beyond the ones that was already raised, of course.
Yes, I think that was the question I was just going to check with the board. Was there anything that the board either disagreed with or felt had not been covered appropriately? And as you say, that's subject to finalisation of that. But just if there's any comments, we need to factor in that at the moment. Okay, so I think we're good with that. Thanks, Joao.
Okay, thank you for the confirmation. So now the next agenda item is about the approval. But now that we have this different approach than that the board decided, so I would like to ask Ian how we want to do it in terms of the approval, and Ross for if there will be a formal process just like we have been doing, or there is any need for a modification because we are now seeking only to approve the authoritative part of the ED. So I don't know.
So I think we're just being clear that if there is a vote, this is just to approve the authoritative parts, subject to the work that Ian described with the task force later this week and finalization of the non-authoritative examples out of session.
So Patricia and then Angela.
Thank you. I would like to confirm, because I think AG 202D was changed or not. I think yes. Yes?
Yes, so AG 202D in page 8 of the exposure draft. So we have been receiving, so not only this, but we have been receiving some editorials, and they are not yet reflected, but some have already been reflected. So this one is different from what it was in ED 84, also because of the change of the review of the responses. So so this is what we have in AG 202D is already the reflection of the review of response from ED 84. But after that, after posting the papers, I've also received one editorial to split one sentence into 2 sentences. Basically, it's basically drafting. It's not changing the principles, but it's not yet reflected there. But I'm more than happy to bring that Thursday or to the task force for them also to agree on that?
So just to be clear on process, so what we're looking to do is approve the authoritative amendments at this session. If there are editorials, suggested editorials that have come out of members' review before this meeting, those would be fed into the normal editorial process that we have in terms of finalisation. So the example being to split a sentence or something like that. So it makes no change to the actual substance of the guidance. It is literally editorial. So that would be no different to any of our normal process. And similarly, then the non-authoritative would go through that final fresh pair of eyes to make sure that there's nothing there. So hopefully that provides reassurance, Patricia.
Yes, because I think it's not only editorial. I think it's a substantive. For example, I have other comments here. It's editorial, and some I discussed with João, other I sent for João. But in this case, I think there is a modification in the text, substantive modification, and I think it's not clear what means. Because of this, I ask about this paragraph specifically.
So yeah, João.
I can talk with you offline on that paragraph. I don't know what the issue is, so I need to understand what is, because this was let's say approved and revised over the last 2 meetings. So I need to see.
Okay, so just in process terms, as that is something that is authoritative, I think that discussion needs to happen offline, and then if we think there is an amendment to that is more than editorial, what I would suggest is that just comes back on Friday morning with here's the paragraph, here's the proposed clarification, so that we can actually clear that, if that's okay, Patricia. Okay, Angela.
Thank you, Chair. Just on process, something that would help me is when I reviewed the ED and the agenda papers, I read it holistically. I didn't think that's authoritative and that's not. I wondered, when you're asking us to vote, I wondered if you could just run through the ED and tell me which bits I'm voting on, what are the authoritative bits, just to be absolutely clear, because I do have some thoughts on the illustrative examples, but I believe they're non-authoritative. So before I vote, I would like to know which bits I'm voting on.
Yeah, very reasonable point, Angela. Ross, if you can just clarify. Obviously Angela's coming back after a period, so it's useful, but I think it's a useful reminder for all members anyway.
And thanks, João, for the helpful slide, because this helps you delineate what's authoritative and not authoritative in our text. So in our text, the authoritative guidance is the core text and the application guidance, and the non-authoritative is the basis of conclusions, which captures the board's thinking, the implementation guidance, and the illustrative examples.
If I can come back, Chair. So actually, if we're voting on effectively, if we could walk through the ED proposed and just check that we are, I think AG1 to AG202K is authoritative, but not the basis and not the illustrative. Yeah. Actually, with reference to the document, I found that diagram excellent, by the way. Thank you.
Okay. So I think if we're clear, then that's the process. Okay, Lynn.
Sorry, just to be really clear, it's up to and including page 9.
Yeah. So I think, so it's page 7, 8, and 9 is the authoritative material that the board is being asked to approve. Sorry, I know this is complex. Okay. So I think on that, then are we, Joao, is there anything else we need to do before we?
No, just to not in terms of the technical year, but in terms of the process. So whatever changes that we'll make on Friday here, we'll bring on Thursday, we'll bring on Friday in marked up changes for the board to see what was the editorial.
If it's to authoritative text.
If it is to authoritative text, yes.
Yeah, and that would, after consideration of Patricia's point there, because that would impact on something that the board has actually voted on. Okay. So are we ready to actually move into the approval process then?
Yes, we are. So based on the subject twos that Ian's just described, so any changes to authoritative text based on Patricia's comment will be brought back on Friday. The task force will work on the non-authoritative portions on Wednesday, and possibly subsequent to the board meeting to do any final review of updates. We're asking for a review of the authoritative material on pages 7 to 9 of the exposure draft and asking for a vote. Sorry,
Claudia.
I'm sorry, just to make clear, it's from 7, because on page 7 we have something on the core text, but very less, but just to make it clear for the protocol.
I thought I said page 7 to 9.
Sorry, 6. I mean 6.
6, sorry.
Oh, assumption.
Okay, yes, you're right. Thank you, Claudia, for the spot. Yeah, so it's 6, 7, 8, and 9.
So with that, members who support the approval of the authoritative text, please raise your flags, hands if you're online. $18, so 3 online, 15 in the room.
Okay, good. So that will be ED 89. Joao, in terms of anything else for today? Okay. Yeah, so we have a final discussion on the exposure period.
Thanks for the approval of the authoritative part, subject to the bringing that potential editorial changes. So the other item on this agenda item was about the exposure period. Staff and the task force were of the view that 60 days would be a good exposure period to give constituents, because we are not changing the principles, we are just providing or application guidance or illustrative examples based on the core principles of the standard. And based on those reasons, 60 days is our recommendation, and we'd like to know the board's view on that.
Yes, so members' reactions to that. Yeah, Angela.
I was just wondering when the 60 days will start. I think we've got a couple of 60-day comment periods on other projects, and I imagine you've already thought about what that might mean from a staggering point of view. So it's really just a question.
Ross.
So it'll be 60 days from the date of publication. I think they will be staggered because the item we approved earlier today has less follow-on after the meeting that we need to do, and clearly we've got a bit of a tail to this one. So I would guess this is probably going to go out in late April, May, depending on whether it needs to come back to the check-in meeting or not. Whereas the item we approved earlier today is likely to go out before that. So they will be staggered just by the nature of the time it takes us to complete. But the way we do our exposure periods is the exposure period starts from the date of publication. We'll do at least the number of days. So if we say 60 days and that's a Sunday, we'll add 61. So people will get an extra day or two or possibly even a week. But we won't do less.
I mean, I think possibly what we should ask, and I think you make the very correct point there, Angela, that we need to think about this from a scheduling point of view. What I would suggest is if the board is content in principle with 60 days at this stage, if I can ask Ross then to reflect back on that when we come back on Friday and look at the overall pattern, that we not only look at it from a board program point of view, but we also look at it from, there's quite a few EDs coming out. We've already got 2 out at the moment. How does this look from a constituent point of view? And, you know, also the other thing is how does it look from a sort of staff work point of view? Because actually, if we can give a few extra weeks or whatever, because that takes us over a meeting period or whatever, then you know, we might as well give a slightly longer period. So I think if the proposition is in principle 2 months, but that's subject to that overview then from staff to come back on Friday just for confirmation. Okay, I'm not seeing any flags raised or hands raised, so I think that's good.
Thanks for the confirmation. Now, moving to the last agenda item, it's no longer related to ED89, and now it's about finalization of the review of responses that we had to ED84. As the board may remember, so staff and the task force left intentionally some agenda items because they were pending from resolution from other projects. So now we have also those resolutions. So now is high time to bring down where staff and task force landed on these 3 topics. So I'll not get into the details because this is really very granular. The analysis is in the paper. So I've identified the exact paragraphs of the 3 items. So perhaps the best way is to go one by one and see the board whether it has different views on an acceptance basis, because these are really detailed, and then open the floor for discussion if there are any different views. I don't know. This would be my proposal.
Yeah, if we just go item by item, introduce, and then we'll open for comments.
Okay. Thanks for the confirmation, Ian. So we'll start with the number 1 about adding guidance on the reasonable level of effort to identify a lease payments at market rate. So it's paragraphs 4 to 7. So open the floor if it agrees with the staff and task force recommendation not to add additional guidance on the reasonable level of effort to identify the lease payments at market rates with the reasons explained in the paper.
Okay. So any disagreement with staff's recommendation on this one? Okay, so I think we're content to proceed on that basis, not to add that guidance.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the confirmation. Moving to the second item, which is about replacing the wording not readily available with impractical in the specific paragraphs. So in this case, we are talking about paragraphs 8 to 10 of the paper, and the analysis is there. And so I'd like to know if it agrees with the staff and the task force recommendation not to replace the wording not readily available, so, and to retain what we already have.
Again, any disagreement with staff's recommendation on that? Okay, so we don't replace.
Thank you. The last one is about replacing the wording market rates with a more extensive wording. So the analysis is in paragraph 11 to 15 of the papers. Staff and task force recommendation for the reasons that are in the papers is to retain the wording market rates as it was proposed in ED 84, and we'll open the floor to receive board's feedback. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, João. So any disagreement on that? Patricia?
Yes, I continue to disagree with how the question was addressed. The first, because the content in the BC is a further description of the principles. The principles have to be in the mandatory text and not in non-authoritative text. Also, the other point is, when I started to discuss this point with the staff, the question was, it's not possible to indicate the meaning of market term, because market term is used in other IPSAS. And because of this, we search for other solution. And the other solution is to indicate clearly what is the amount that you consider the entity have to consider. And when I analyze further the use of market terms is used in IPSAS 43, specifically in paragraph about sale and leaseback. And sale and leaseback is based on IS 16. It's yes. In the some paragraphs in base for conclusion in IS 16 clearly connect market terms with fair value. Then you have market term on different means in the same IPSAS. Because of this, I think the best way to address this question is to include the proposed in paragraph 14, because it's clear what amount the entity expect to use to measure the concession and leasing the initial recognition, and avoid the different means for the same terms in the same IPSAS. Thank you.
Thank you, Patricia. So really, I think open up for comments in terms of support or otherwise for the position that Patricia is advocating. I mean, obviously, task force has had a discussion on this. So if there's any, context from the task force discussion that would help the board decide on this, happy to sort of take that input at this stage. I don't know, Lynn, if there's anything you want to say as task force chair on this, having had that discussion.
I think we put the reasons in the paper. That was the deliberations that we had as a task force, and that's what we summarized in paragraph 15 of the paper.
Okay, that's that. Dave?
I don't think I have anything terribly insightful to say, but just going back to one of Angela's comments earlier on a completely different topic, but I think one of the things the task force talked about, because market rates is used throughout IPSAS 43, to change the term at a certain point in the standard might ask questions, why are you moving to something different now? I just wanted to add that because I don't think that's specifically in the paper.
Okay, and just for my own benefit, I mean, I'm sure other members would ask the same question. Is this coming directly over from IFRS 16 then?
I'll let João confirm, but I don't think it is, because this is the concessionary leases portion of the standard.
Well, yes and no. So like everything in accounting, it depends. And why is that? Just to be clear, apart the side joke. IFRS 16, as Patricia said, has the wording market rates. And in the BCs, they talk about fair value because the fair value is the measurement basis that it is under IASB's literature. They don't have, they don't discuss other types of measurement basis. So, but the link is because of that. It's not that they are saying that market rates is underused only under fair value. The reason that I wanted to say a little bit more than that is that if when this board discussed this concept of concessionary leases was basically to move away from cost and not to use the contractual payments, because the contractual payments will be the cost if it will be used. And so by moving away from cost to another measurement basis to measure how to say, the market of that concessionary lease, this board and task force and staff didn't find a public sector specific reason to change the term, because we want to use it with the same meaning that we already have in IPSAS 43. And why is that? For sale and leaseback transactions. And why is that? Because right now in IPSAS 43, when there are sale and leaseback transactions, there's a requirement to assess whether that transaction is at market or not. Because if it is at market rates, then the counting is one. If it's not at market rates, then it has a different measurement consequences. Because we are now also talking about measurement of concessionary leases with the same consequences as sale and leaseback transactions that are not at market terms, staff and task force thought that there is no economic reason to modify the wording when we want to provide the same meaning to the same wording. Of course, we appreciate Patricia's concern about the clarification, and that's why we said in paragraph A that necessary clarification that is needed, given this new public sector specific guidance that we are bringing more robust in terms of concessionary lease accounting and accounting for the concession. Then what was decided that we'll bring that clarity into the measurement application phase project by clarifying what basically Patricia is asking for. And in this case, by doing the clarification in IPSAS 46, it will have overreaching impact across our literature wherever the situation is happening, and not only in IPSAS 43 or in concessionary leases. So it will be providing even more help to our constituents to apply the same thought process across other types of transactions beyond leases. And that's where we landed. It's not that we disagree with what Patricia is saying in terms of the substance, but we disagree more of the process of how to handle with these issues.
It's a positioning.
Yes, a location, basically.
So I think on that basis, and given that the intention of IPSAS 46 is that our measurement guidance is in a single place, probably that is the right place for it rather than here. And I think the point that you make in terms of consistency of usage of terminology within the single standard actually probably stands. So on that basis, I think certainly I personally would go with the where the task force landed and the staff recommendation. Would anybody disagree with that conclusion? Okay, so but I think we've had the discussion anyway. So thanks, Patricia. Okay, Joelle.
We are done for today. Thank you. Thank you to the board.
Yeah, I think that's quite a good way of putting it. Actually, I think we've had a hard day today in terms of the ground we've covered, but I think we've had some very good discussions, and certainly I think we've covered a lot, probably perhaps more than I wondered when we actually looked at the original agenda for today and the volume. So thank you very much, board members and TAs, for the preparation that's gone into today's session and to the various staff members as well for putting all the papers together. So with that, I think we're coming towards the end of today. I think we've had a hard day. I don't think we should start natural resources now. I think board members have actually and TAs have actually earned a break, and we know that there is the W group meeting this evening, which starts at 5:30, I think. So, you know, I think it's good for everybody to have a break on that. Before we do break today, I would say I would like to acknowledge mea culpa, my fault for not mentioning in the opening session today something which is actually a cause of celebration and reflects a lot of hard work and is well earned on Lynn's part. So I think if you can join me in just congratulating Lynn on being included in the New Year's Honours list in the UK and awarded the CBE. That's a very significant achievement, and really congratulations, Lynn, both on a personal and on a board level. Very well earned. So with that, I think we bring today to a conclusion. It's also very appropriate because, of course, Lynn, you played such an important part in the formation and the ongoing work of the W group. So thank you very much for that. And thank you everyone for today. I hope you have a good session this evening, and we open tomorrow at 9 o'clock New York time. So have a good break in the meantime. Look forward to seeing you back here tomorrow. Thank you.